Welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio, Space Exploration and Krastorio², with Laurence, a long-time fan of space exploration, as your host, Marc as the pinnacle of German efficiency and industrial prowess, Tristan as a man who thinks anyone with less than 14,000 hours in-game is a noob, and Mike as someone who turned up and won't go away.
Well, hello everyone. Welcome again to the actual gameplay of Laurence Plays Factorio Space Exploration with Krastorio², and also with Marc, Mike, and Tristan. So we've having a little bit of a bot frenzy here because right at the end of the last stream, I put down a load of blueprints and ghosts for some more belts to get stuff built up here. Right, let's have a look around here. So what was I saying I was doing? Oh yes, the first thing, very high priority, is to start getting these umbrella defenses up and running, and these big guns here. So we need to get these up and running because basically we're fed up of rocks falling and everything dying. There's also a bit of wanting to jig some of the, where are they? Yeah, some of these warehouses. Ooh, that's a bit slow. Yeah, rejig some of these in order to get the them not storing quite so much stuff up, because yeesh, this one's even more ridiculous. Okay, let's take this down to about 2 trains worth. So that's 1 train. That's 2 trains. So I can do this remotely. So I am. Was that? Which one was it? I just that one. So I'll copy that to all of these, and that's the blue ones. Then the same up here for reds. And then I actually want to reduce this even further because I don't need that much buffer on it. I said I don't need that much buffer on something that's only being used occasionally. So we'll make that 1 row there, and we don't have a balancer on here. Oh, yes, we do. And I'll do the same on this one. Sure, I've not. Yeah, I'm glad I checked this because I've not set these ones at all. There we go. Right. So that's made these construction areas a little bit saner. So when we make these floods of circuits, they're not going to spend all the time filling up the warehouses. Now we still do have quite a long way to go with both the red circuits and the blue circuits. So whilst that's helped a little bit, it's not going to have completely fixed the problem, but things are a little bit better. Well, glad to hear things are going well, Ryan, as far as that goes. So let's have a look down here. So here we've got the idea here is we're going to have 3 or possibly even 4 belts bringing stuff in. I remember there was quite a bit of overlap between the requirements here. The game's being a little bit stuttery. Well, it seems to have recovered now. I think it was just sort of
just placed a big blueprint.
Oh, maybe that's why. Could be Mark's fault. Let me know if it carries on being stuttery, but it seems from my end to be okay now. So here we've got battery, blue, concrete, glass, steel and copper. Here we've got copper cables, batteries, blue, concrete, glass, and steel. So there's a good amount of overlap between these two. So that's why I'm reckoning on building both of these in more or less the same place. But I am going to need to make copper cables here, which is this one. Oh, hey Mike, welcome to the another Mike. I think you might be the 3rd Mike we've got, so hopefully you'll be less trouble than at least one of the other ones. Yeah, so welcome to the stream. I'm glad you're able to make it, and I hope you can make many more. So here I'm going to be putting in inserters like this in the best ways of winding Mike up. Now let's space him out a little bit more like that. Yes, there's mics everywhere. It's ridiculous. So we'll a little bit more up here like that. And I'm just going to stick with the red inserters here because it doesn't matter if that's a little bit slow. It's just we're not going to be making these in particularly large quantities. Because
I am going to insist at this point on us having an aesthetically pleasing spaceship set when we get there.
Fine, I'll shuffle these around a little bit and see if it makes you any happier. It takes more than neatly placed pylons to make Mike happy, as far as I'm aware. Okay, yeah. So what do we need? We also need batteries and concrete and steel and many other things. Are you concrete? No, you're stone bricks.
No, I'm Mike.
I wasn't talking to you. It's not always about you, Mike.
Oh.
There we go. So that
makes me sad.
Steel. I'll say it again then. It's not always about you, Mike. And I think if I put that one there, is that going to get it in the right place? No, maybe there. I'm not sure. Let's put the first belt in, and then first underground belt in, and then think about it. So this one's going to come down. It's going to come down. Oh, stop standing on the belts, and come out about here. I think that's right. Yes, that's right. So therefore, we need to put in the splitter, and then belt round to it like this. What? No. Oh, I've run out. That's why. However, I've got my personal logistics turned off. That's how I've managed to run out of everything. Let's fix that. Okay. Oh, and there as well. Right. So that's steel and batteries. So we've got batteries, glass, copper, steel. So it's just concrete and blue circuits left now, hopefully. So I still haven't found concrete. I don't know why it's hiding from me. Maybe is it? I'm sure we've got concrete on the bus. Where the hell's concrete?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Because that's stone bricks. Oh, here it is. The belt just wasn't finished. There we go. Concrete. So now it's just another splitter in. Ooh. Try and line that up properly. There. That's concrete, and then the blue circuits are down here. Now this is there's going to be some funny business down here because the blue circuits aren't actually properly on the bus yet, but you know we'll do what we can. So that'll be there because then when it's too yeah, that'll be the right place. Down, I think. Yes, it is. Nice. No, down again, and then round and up to get it in the right, to get it neatly in the right place where all these things go. And I've run out of these as well. Okay, so that's. I should put in some underground belts like that as well, just so I don't have an unfortunateness later here. Okay, so that's basically everything. Flip back up here now, and more belts in up here. And then this is just going to be a case of loading those two up like that. And oh yes, I'm going to need to. Let's change my mind about how I'm going to implement this. Let's put in a. Oh. And now I've hopefully dropped the server's autosave frequency down to hourly rather than every 15 minutes. So we'll get this nonsense should happen a little bit less often this evening than it did last week. I really hope it does because that was getting really quite frustrating. Yeah, in, out, no wait, out, in. Let's get that right. There we go. And then we'll need red chests over here, so we'll take a couple of those, put them in like that. And that should be everything ready and supplied. Oh, I need to program these things as well. So connect to the logistics network. Which one are you? You're the guns. We'll connect you to that. And then if I can select the anti-meteorite defense installations, I think we want to have about 30 of these ready because then we've got enough to fly off to other planets and put some of those down. And similarly with the umbrella defenses, I think having probably 3 of those available at any given time is probably a good number because they are rather expensive. So I don't want to get too carried away, but I think having more than one is probably right. Are you covered? Yes, you are. You do only need, you're correct, you only need 1 umbrella per planet, but if we go off and start doing lots of exploring of other planets, we're going to want to take them with us, and therefore we should probably grab them.
Building up to 1 would probably be fine, but it doesn't hurt to have a couple.
We'll need them at some
ready.
point, basically. Okay, so we've got frenzy of loading up the machines along here. Presumably you've got, yes, it's got all its cables it needs. It's got everything except everything except the things down here that haven't been built yet because that's probably outside the Roboport network. I come to think of it, yes, it is helpful. So let's put this in here, and this here and here. Then we can get that built up. That's powered up now. So now we'll actually get this bit of belt down here built, and that'll pour all of these blue circuits up here, and we'll be able to start using them for building. And there'll probably be enough to at least make what we need for this planet, I guess. How many does it take to make one of these? It takes. Oh, it's 100 processing units to make a meteor defense installation. We might be going to need slightly more blue circuits than I thought we were. We're also going to need ammunition for these things. There's not much point in having the guns if you don't have any ammo for them. So that's batteries, green circuits, and steel. That's somewhat annoying. If I've done these 2 belts the other way round, then I'd have half the ingredients over here for the ammunition. But as it is, I don't. So what I'll do is, if I bring this belt up here, I can then bring the green circuits out somewhere. Probably, yeah. Actually, if I put this here, let's leave a gap in case I want to put any other weaponry, similar things, sort of things in there. But I could do that. It'll need power as well. And then I can put the guns directly above here, going off into the distance with inserters between them. Because as somebody pointed out in the I can't remember whether it was in the comments or in the Discord, but either way, somebody pointed out that you can do direct insertion of ammunition between meteorite defense guns. So
Yep,
we
that
might
was
as
me.
well.
So you can do it with virtually no gap if you position things right.
Oh yes, yeah. Those are that's
So
right.
if you don't have them nicely aligned horizontally from each other, then you have a gap of 1 up the middle, and
Yeah.
left feeds to right, feeds to left, feeds to right. Don't move right, Laurence,
Oh,
or
you're.
you get some
Oh, I see.
unfortunate uranium
I
potentially.
don't want any unfortunate uranium.
Oh.
Yes, no more murders, please. Or attempted
Oh,
murders.
no, I would never.
Not again.
I don't think 4 to 5 is quite enough meteor defenses. I think probably 14 is excessive. However, I do get a little bit annoyed about rocks falling from the sky. So, oh, you can use Shift M to change the mode of a roboport when you're holding it.
Ah,
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Or when your mouse is over it. I don't know if you can do it when you're holding it. No,
good
no.
to
Only
know.
when you have to mouse over one, and you can switch it between modes.
So,
A needle pulling thread.
Lara, note to follow. So, oh boy. I was going to ask, do we think here and here should be secured as choke points? Or would across there be better?
The former is better. The latter is quicker and easier from the point of view of expansion. Because generally, the smaller your choke points are, the better. However, it means there's quite a lot of biterage in there that you'd have to deal with on the way through. So, I mean, as a percentage of all the rest of it, it's not actually that major, because presumably you're going to be putting one across there, and
Yep.
that's almost it, isn't it?
And there.
Yeah.
And there. Probably a little higher up than where I put that last one, but yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't feel too strongly about it either way. Technically, the smaller points, the first ones you pinged, are technically better because they're smaller defensive points. But beyond that, it's much of a muchness.
Yeah.
I suppose that
The
means
other option is just to put basically secure outposts around those, and just have from there to there, there to there, and there to there secured, and just have a train line between the two.
Yeah, I've sort of done that before, but I end up finding that biters end up wandering onto the railway lines, getting run over, and that slows the trains down enough that the trains then get eaten. I've not had good experiences of trying to have trains going through hostile territory in the past. It just doesn't seem to work. Even if they're using ridiculously good fuel and so they're going really, really fast, they always seem to end up getting stopped by something, and then the biters come over and chew on them, and then you've got half a train missing, and then the next train just can't go through, so the next train stops at the previous set of lights, and
Yeah, I can see how that
bad
comes
news
in a bit
happen.
of a spiral.
Yeah.
I'll point out that the last one you put, which I think was here, putting it there will lead, with all the rest of it, will lead to no additional core mines. Putting it there involves more clearing out, but unlocks 3 more core mines as an option.
And it's also
Low
not
priority though.
It's not an enormous amount of extra clearing out either, because most of those bases are pretty small.
Yeah, and the ones that we can see at least are small biters, small worms.
Right. So it should.
Or medium worms, because they're pretty original bases.
I'm glad it's not just me who has issues with trains in hostile territory. Yeah, it does tend to go pretty badly. Oh, Mark's putting in some more energy generation. That's probably a good thing, but wow, that's a lot of energy generation. Yeah,
Yeah, that's more
definitely.
like fighting the pollution.
Oh, okay. I think we have an alternative machine for doing that, but okay.
Yeah.
Right, so what do we need to make these things? Battery. Oh
You've
yeah,
got to
batteries.
power them somehow, though.
That's not what I'm looking for. Thinking laser turrets. Laser turrets. What do we need for those? Jeez, it's a lot of. It's a lot of different things. None of them are difficult things. Every single one of those items is
Oh,
on the
wow.
bus, but there's 6 different items to make a laser turret. I'm not used to requiring that many things. It's normally sort of 4 at most. But okay.
Yeah, a recipe with 4 is a big recipe.
That is not unmanageable, but it just seems a trifle excessive. Oh, what are the
I'm
numbers
going
like?
to
Of that?
head out, taking out that. Oh, wait, I've pressed the wrong button. How have I managed to completely fail to... I've forgotten how to ping a map. Hang on, work with me. It's been a few seconds since I did it last. There we go. I'm going to take that, and then proceed off in that general direction.
Cool. I hear pingings. Yeah, I think that makes sense because that will take you out towards the actual priority objectives, which is the stone patches. Yes, stone is out. Stone is the thing that's really lacking in the game at the moment for us, which is a weird resource to be short of. Ryan is saying that he doesn't think lasers with Krastorio are any good. You're better off with guns with red ammo. I mean, we're going to definitely need lasers for the spaceships anyway, so I'm going to start building them, but although not there. So we're definitely going to need lasers at some point, but we may, I don't know, we may wish to take advice from chat on what the best way to make this is.
I don't listen to anyone. It's known.
It's true. Madman says that lasers are still good. So we have dissenting opinions. So I think this means we need to make some lasers and for science it. Let's try that. I could probably get most of the ingredients up there. So what are we talking about here? So small motors and batteries. This is. All right. I'm going to bring this belt back over because it's got most of the stuff I need on it. So it's a little bit ugly, but you know we can deal with that. Obvious, we've been dealing with Mike for years. Joke goes in here.
Hey,
Mike, you may have just noticed the ghost pylons you flew over.
And glass as well.
I
think I'll bring the glass in separately.
There's a bit of landfill needed, but those will link
glass.
into the main power network
Quartz, glass,
once they're all built.
Small electric motors.
I found a very actually
glass.
Never mind. I was going to say a very OP way of taking on the biters. However, then I realised that because there's now projectiles to bullets, you can't just fly over the tree line shooting. There we go. Now I've got it.
Oops, didn't line that up properly. Never mind.
Wait to see you get shot out of the sky.
Quartz.
So where were these pylons you want me to build? Actually, there's no point in me doing that because I've not got pylons on me.
And also you would need laser turrets to actually make it useful. Do you have landfill?
No.
Oh, for goodness sake, Laurence.
Dumped my entire inventory.
That's awfully sensible.
Yeah, I know.
That's not an hour. I don't know why, but I changed the time. I don't think our server is loading its config file because we're not getting the admins can pause the server thing, and we are definitely not getting the correct saving time. So I don't know what's going on there, but it ain't working properly. It ain't loading the config file, so I'll have to take a look into that. Right, there's the silicon. Hang on a second.
Kill every worm, but...
No, it's not silicon, it's quartz. Ah! Fortunately, quartz is made from silicon. No, it's the other way around, isn't it? Ah, crap.
Silicon is made from quartz, yes.
Crap. And quartz is made from sand?
Sand? Yes. If you don't watch Herbert, you won't get that reference.
Sand. Oh, sand and water. Oh, and in a filtration. Oh, bloody hell. Okay.
I'm not trying to kill every single worm and biter, but I am going for the what they call spawners.
Yeah, taking out the spawners is the important bit. Although technically, yeah, biters can turn into more spawners. Right.
Yeah, but it's
so...
a sort of starting position. And, ooh, there's going to be a lot of attacks on this wall shortly.
This is really frustrating. Because we sort of moved quartz and stuff away from here because it didn't seem to be necessary, and now it is.
Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh.
I've played with adjustable inserters when I did the Angel Bobs run a number of years back, and yeah, they were good fun. But our general policy is to use the mods that are either part of or recommended for the main mod that we're playing, with a few exceptions of some of the quality of life stuff. So, which is why, for example, when I was playing Space Exploration the first time, I didn't add in things like loaders because they aren't part of that mod, so they didn't exist as far as I was concerned. So that's going to be the same sort of thing for stuff like adjustable inserters. They are good fun though. I will happily agree with that. Right, so we're going to have stone coming up here, which means I can make sand here. I'm not using an actual pulverizer. Maybe I should be. Can you make sand? Can you actually make sand?
Throw this out there. These are all big biters, practically.
No, you can't make
This
sand.
is-
Oh, this is going to have to be a pulverizer, Matron. That's lucky you've got a railgun then, isn't it, Mike?
It is, yes.
Pulverizer.
I hardly know her.
No, don't make one. Put a ghost down. That's bigger than I was expecting. And before, that's what she said. I've lost it again. There it is. So I can put that there. In fact, no. Let's do this is the other way around. Let's put that higher up, and then I can put the filtration plant in underneath it like that. Actually, let's move both of those down to here. The filtration plant just makes quartz straight up, doesn't it? So I can get rid of that and then put this in here. That's ridiculous. I'm going to need to get water to it, of course. Let's do it like that. Are my robots turned off? Yes, they are. No, yeah, right, okay. Okay, so here we want to make sand. Yes, that's sand. Here we want to make quartz, and that just produces quartz. Good, so I don't need to deal with anything that comes out of it. Oh yeah, agreed. Agreed, Madman. Yeah, that's why I'm carrying on with this, even though it's a silly idea. Okay, so here we've now got we'll have the quartz once the stone makes it up here, and I'm not going to bring the stone in this way. I'm going to do a separate belt for the stone a bit further across because this is getting silly. So small electric motors need those. Batteries got, green circuits got, glass got, quartz working on that, steel got. Okay. That and that will load those in. I need water up here. I need little small electric motors in here, which are these ones. So we put this in here, down, round, underground. There we go. So that's those motors. We're also going to need that there, and then I suppose I can put that there like that, and see how long it takes someone to come over and tell me I'm being obscene and disgusting with my laser turret outputting. So then we're going to need this here, taking the stone up to be made into get rid of that, to be taken up and made into quartz, because that seems like a good idea. Let's bring this up here, and now it's actually in exactly the right place. What are the odds? So put that in.
Oh,
Feed
I
that in there
have
like
one
that.
umbrella defense incoming.
Oh, congratulations!
It was in my personal logistic request, like
Yes.
for 2 sessions.
So we finally made one. Excellent. Congratulations on having the first one. Oh, and that's now used up basically all of our entire supply of blue circuits, so I'll go and get some more by hand. We have made, in that time, we have made 2 anti-meteor defense guns, though, so I can put those in. While I'm distracting myself. Meteor defense guns. So let's do what Tristan was suggesting. In fact, let's get rid of that pylon there. So we'll put one in. These are enormous. I forget how big these things are. We'll put one there. And then let's just get it. I'm trying to decide what to get in the way of. And I think probably get in the way of this because whilst there probably will be a laser turret too at some point, we'll move everything across for it, I guess. Right. And then we need power. Power to the meteor defense guns. That's too far. Like that. Right, there we go. So we've got 2 meteor defense guns now. Will be up and active. That's a good question. I've forgotten how to check evolution factor, so someone will have to remind me because I can't remember what that is. We're not going to remove this huge main bus 100 hours later. We're just going to leave it here. Leave it to generally. I was going to say to rot, but not even to rot because it'll be a monument to our hubris. No, it'll stay there as basically as a mall where robots bring everything out for us. So we'll never need to rip it up. It'll just stay there forever.
Evolution factor is 0.72.
There we go, 0.72, and it's mostly from pollution, and also partly from spawner kills. That's a bit of a shame because quite early on it was basically all from spawner kills because we weren't letting any of the pollution get out to the biters. But unfortunately, that has changed a little bit. I need water. I don't know where water is on the bus. We are not using Evo GUI. I've never heard of it, but I can imagine what it does. And no, we're not using it. That's lube, not water.
I'm doing a Cillian ring on the train line, down the train line, across some water. I've got to the far side.
Where are you? Where can I send the train?
I happen to be standing right behind Laurence. If you can get a train in there, that'd be...
Oh, I need an offshore pump. I guess it goes there because that's the only place it can, apparently. Then we'll bring a pipe down and then put it back on the... So we've got water coming along the bus here. And then water coming along the bus being interrupted by a lake. And it seems a bit ridiculous to put landfill along here just so I can run a water pipe along when there's more water over when there's, well, obviously water because there's a lake. So let's do this. Bring us along here to where it's needed. Which will be, I guess, here.
I have no trains at my... this way.
Shenanigan it across up here. Like that. And that. And that. Right.
Didn't hear what you said there, Mike.
It's fine. I fixed the problem in the middle.
Mike needs training.
He's known.
I'll put that there and there. Then we go there. But I imagine we probably don't have any offshore pumps in the. Oh, actually, it's not showing up. It's not showing up in the things that need to be made. But there's probably about 600 things in that list. So I don't know. We'll find out if that actually does get placed or not. Oh, we need a pipe in here as well. There we go. So that should now be everything we need to start making laser turrets.
There's a bot on its way for it.
Oh, there is. Cool. I was going to have a look, and I'd noticed it wasn't showing up in the 666 items that are waiting to be built. But okay, cool. Thank you.
It's not going to have power.
I've put power poles in, so it should in a minute.
It won't. That power pole is not linked.
Really? Oh, you're right. Fail. Oh. That's better. Oops. Right, let's go back to programming this inserter. That's something I can probably get right with only a couple of tries. I'm going to say 200 laser turrets in the I think in stock. If anyone thinks it should be more or less, let me know.
We may want more if we're needing them in space for a science, because I think there was one that needed, or a building or something.
Yeah, there is definitely a building that requires them. Okay, well we can increase that later on once we have more of a.
That's not a now thing.
I'm going to come up here and I was going to grab some more blue circuits, but I suppose if I take a stack out of each wagon, that at least keeps things balanced. There we go. Oh, that's going to be. That's only going to make 2 more guns. Let's take 2 stacks from each wagon. And 6 guns should be... Yeah, that's definitely not 15 minutes, 60 minutes.
Yes. So the chap who owns the Treefall server has reached out to me privately through Discord saying he's had a look, and which is very good of him to jump in and have a look. Says that it's currently set to 10 minutes.
Okay. Right. I went in. I tweaked the config file. I obviously did it wrong. Basically, I think. I'm not quite sure.
Okay. So he's literally just sent me another message explaining why it's not reading the info from the config file. So thank you very much for that. Like Wizard, much appreciated.
Yes, very much appreciated.
Yeah, he says he sent the info along to Laurence as well. We'll have to sort that after the stream, I think.
Cool. Yeah, we'll
But
put up
thank
with it for this stream. But yeah, that's really useful. Thank you very much. Great. That's really impressive tech support. He's answered the question before I actually asked it to him. So yeah, much appreciated. So yeah, there you go. There's a really good reason why you should go off and use treefoil.be, and you should go there to treefoil.be/LaurencePlays, because then if you use the code LaurencePlays on checkout, you'll get 20% off your first order. So and as you can see, their support is impeccable. Actually, I mean that as well. The other time I had some minor issues, I emailed them and they got back to me really quickly with a solution to it as well. So yeah, I actually yeah, I'm not just being flippant because he's watching the stream, but yeah, they are actually really good. Are we making laser turrets? We are making laser turrets. Excellent. We have 2 of them. Yes, Laurence advertises. I'm a YouTube sellout, I'm afraid.
In fairness, that's beat some of the things that I said about you in the past.
Yes, Mike has said all kinds of things about me in the past. One or two of them might have been positive. I can't remember, but
yeah,
I don't know.
Marc very kindly gave me a warning when I decided to join late to the Discord chat today. He very kindly warned me that the microphone was live so that nobody heard me being nice to Laurence before the stream starts.
Oh dear. In fact, while I'm talking about things that are going on related to the channel and sort of standing here watching things and trying to put all these blue circuits into this machine rather slowly, I don't know why I haven't put a box down yet. I'm going to. I have plans to run an event on the server essentially, where we're going to be basically setting a Factorio related race challenge. So who can launch a rocket quickest, but with some sort of funny requirements in there as well. So there's in fact, so there's going to be some interesting rules and things, but if you make sure you're on the Discord server and send me a message or any of the other admins a message saying you'd like to be part of it, then we can bring you into it. So it's going to be we're going to be running it on the 15th of October, which is a Saturday, and then I'll be doing a sort of going through the entries to see who's won it on the Sunday on a stream as well. So I think that should be good fun. I sign up for it if you haven't already, and come along and join in and see how well you can do. So yeah, if you're not on the Discord already, there'll be a link. Tristan will probably put a link in the chat because he's good at that sort of thing, and then you can come along and join in. Just like that. There we go. Thank you.
No problem.
I'm putting these belts in here because if I don't, I'll forget and I'll try and drag it all the way along, and I'll accidentally put big engines on the glass belt, and then I shall be sad, and everyone else will be sad, and then they'll probably shout at me. Right, so laser turrets are being made, but they're being made very, very slowly because, well, actually, just because laser turrets are slow to make. There's the other things that are feeding them are more than fast enough. It's just that it takes a long time to make a laser turret. So, yeah, they're in production. Go nuts, but don't go more than 7 nuts. At least until it's had a chance to build some more up. So what was next on my list? Oh yeah, nuclear. Oh no, mining drills 2 is probably the next one, I think, because I think I designed things so that should be relatively easy to do if I can find mining drill 1s. No, that's. Yeah, it might be a good idea to bump that up. Oh, mining drill 2s are. What's going on here? Right, so there is a machine in place trying to make mining drill 2s, but it doesn't have the rare metals or the steel gears, so it can't. That's a bit half-assed. Let's do something about that then. So we'll need a machine here to make the steel gears, and we'll need rare metals and steel to be brought up to these 2. So let's do that and that and that, and also everything's old crappy power poles around here. So you are to be making steel gears. That's an iron gear. That's a steel gear. It is steel gears, isn't it? Let me just check that before I make a load. Yes, it is. So I need a belt coming up here that has steel and rare metals on it. That's going to be fun, given that there is no space to bring anything else up here. Rare metals are down... Where are rare metals? They're on here somewhere. Come on, they must be obvious. What? I know we have rare metals on the bus. How can I not see them? Good evening, Dastra. Welcome. Yes, I'm doing Twitch and YouTube. And to be honest, I don't think it really matters which one you watch the stream on. They're both it's the same stream. But yeah, so watch on whichever platform is more convenient for you. Maybe it's this belt. Could this be the rare metals belt? If so, we run out. No, that's plastic. We've run out of plastic. Oh, there they are. How was I not spotting them earlier? Oh, because there's a massive gap. So I was just scrolling down to the bottom of what I thought was the bus. Then there's a gap. Then there's the rare metals. Okay, that's fine. Confusion solved. So I want to bring them up along here, but there's a stuff in the... Oh, there isn't... No, there is actually... Well, there would be room if there wasn't weird shenanigans going on here with the concrete. Let's head over there and fix and sort of give that a bit of a smack to try and sort things out. Yeah, it's squeezing an extra product up the up through a narrow bit in the bus like that, where it's already quite busy, is always fun and exciting.
Did you do anything to the oil supply?
No, I haven't touched that currently.
We are running low on... Maybe it's a train throughput issue? No, it's a generation issue. Okay.
Alright, if I do that... And then,
Yes.
You know what, let's be really spaghetti about this. Do that! I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. But I feel like I should be. And I'm fully aware that I'm laying this belt the wrong way, so nobody needs to tell me that. I'm going to turn them all round when I'm done. Because it's easier to do that. It's easier to line things up sometimes by doing that way. And then we can bring the rare metals in here.
I'll connect on your
these.
field.
These, and the odds are I'll miss one, but still, it's still probably easier, and it's still fairly easy to go down and check where the problem is. Okay, and I also need to get steel over here. That's going to be fun as well. Especially, although given that I have some right here, I feel like it shouldn't be that hard, but
I found a new way to cheese biters. And it is
cheese.
very... Ah! It's not working!
Good cheesing.
It was too cheesy.
Oh.
And apparently they're lactose intolerant.
Well, I missed the cheese. Congratulations
Sorry,
on new ways of failing. I'm very impressed.
Thank you. I am a massive failure, and therefore I have to keep it up. This railgun is awesome, though. Tristan, do you want to see my railgun?
See your what, sorry?
Railgun.
Oh, says Tristan, that's much less bad than what I expected.
I am aware of how a railgun works.
Oh, I'm sure you're aware of the technicalities. You want to see it up close and personal.
Do not stare
Not
at a railgun
especially.
with a remaining good eye. I'm reminded of that Top Gear bit where Clarkson just stares. No, sorry, James May, where they're all looking at they're being issued with weapons for their polar expedition or something, and yeah, James May ends up staring, picks up a shotgun, and immediately looks down the barrel, and there's a sort of completely different reactions from everybody there. Their instructor, who's presumably some sort, I think he's some sort of military.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I was going to say special forces.
If you want to see this OP technique, by the way, I'm doing it now without screaming. That's how you know it's OP.
Oh, so
cliffs and jetpack.
You bunny hopping over the cliffs. And
No,
then...
just running around like this because I can move faster than they can. Oh, I did one! No!
I'm ready to add a tag.
Oh.
That's some good cheese. Good cheese. I mean, always been a great fan of cheese, but that's a new special type that I was not previously aware of. No.
The sad thing is, I had slowdown capsules, which would have saved me, defender capsules, which would have saved me, and larger med packs. Oh, actually, yeah, I did have a larger med pack on me that would also saved me.
Nicely done.
Thank you. I try.
Not very hard. At least I hope it's not very hard.
Have you seen how much I've cleared so far? That.
Yeah.
That.
I suppose yes. It depends whether you. It depends whether
Oh,
you,
and that.
how you feel about how you feel on the sort of sacrificing health and safety for speed and efficiency.
Well, on the KDR front, I think I'm doing pretty well.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yes, I think no, I was going to say probably. I think you definitely have a higher kill death ratio than I do.
Yep.
Even though you've died a lot more times. The only person you
Oh,
won't
yeah.
be beating on that is Tristan, because his is
That's
technically
only
infinite.
to divide by 0 error. Yeah.
Do you know a Martin Cytopants, Tristan? Have you been playing
No.
Factorio with somebody else? Have you been cheating?
I
on
would
me?
never do that. But
Not
no,
more
that
than
person's
once,
apparently got a second I in their name.
Oh, okay. So they have. Oh. Yes, I should definitely
Laurence,
have to look into the. What's it?
since you're probably down bus from me, there may be a break in the iron supply, but it'll be restored.
I'm not very far down bus, but it's quite possible I'm down bus from you because I don't know where you are.
I'm at the top of the bus.
Okay, I am in that case down bus from you. There's quite a lot of iron buffered on the bus though, and it's not moving very quickly, so I think we'll probably be all right.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, it's pretty much filling back up now. You might have one side that's empty for a bit.
Okay, I think that the bus wasn't moving or at least the iron wasn't moving on the bus, so I think it'll probably be all right. How many
Cool.
Mark II drills would you like, Mark?
Like, I don't know, 250.
Okay. I mean, obviously that's the buffer size. So yeah. Okay. Yes, they are now being made. So I suppose that probably means I should. Oh, we have already stopped making Mark 1. Well, we've stopped putting Mark 1 drills into a thing for collection, interestingly, which is odd because we hadn't started making Mark 2 drills yet, so that might have been a problem. But we now have Mark 2 drills available on the logistics system. We don't have a thing for collecting Mark 1s and putting them into the what's name back into the machine that we're back into circulation, I'm afraid. So they're not going to be dealt with nicely. I should probably do that here with a yellow box and a filtermatron for Mark 1 drills and an inserter that way, and then I can link up that box and that inserter and tell that inserter to only run when Mark 1 drills equals 0. There we go. I shall also summon all of the Mark 1 drills in the world and try and pull any out of the logistics systems that are in there. Hopefully there's fewer than 300. There's 252. There's 340. Okay, we'll increase that request a little bit. 450. On the way, 404. 100. What? The number in logistic storage is going up as I request them. I'm not putting these into a. No. Are yellow? Oh, are these drills being made somewhere else? And I'm just pulling in
wretched spitters.
Yes, I think they are. They're also being made over here somewhere. That's why we weren't putting them into a box, because they're already being made here. Stop it. Stop that. Do not want. Right. Here they come. There they go. Oh, my inventory's full. That's unhelpful. Let's get rid of all of them and all of them and all of them and all of them and all of that.
So regarding the umbrella thing, one of you suggested to put it like instead of the switch thing, so to have it on the main power and the backup power on the same time.
Yes, essentially like that.
Yeah, because that way it'll pull power out of the backup power that you put in. But if we do get a slightly higher peak, which I don't think we will this time, but in a future one we might, it can then peak off the grid isolation accumulators as well. And also it can just pull from the normal grid as well for some of its power. Although I don't know how it's going to
we'll
do
have
that.
the grid isolation thing connected all the time. We don't care about the slightly inefficiency there.
Oh yeah, that's connected to all 3 networks, isn't it?
Yes.
It is.
No.
No, it's not.
No, it's not connected to the backup
no.
power storage.
Oh, yes, it is.
It is.
It is,
Is it?
yeah.
How? Where? What?
Like this
Oh
one.
no, that's connecting. No, that's connecting it to the steam tanks. It's not connecting it to the backup.
No, it is.
No, that's connecting to the accumulators.
Yep.
Well, the accumulators are connected via that one as well. But
Yeah, but this one isn't connecting to the.
No, this one here, where
Yeah.
I'm standing.
Yes, that
This-
one. Yeah, that one's connected to the.
This
to
is
the
connecting
accumulators.
to the umbrella as well.
Oh right, yes. I say we should. Yeah, we should have everything connected to the umbrella, definitely.
Yeah.
yes, that's what we were. Okay,
Right.
we're all arguing the same thing then.
Yeah. Misunderstanding. But yeah, I think that's good because I don't know how much power it's going to pull out of the main grid, but it might
It
as
has
well
all-
because that's going to be
All
slightly more.
available that we have.
Yeah, but that's going to be slightly more efficient than pulling it out of the stuff that's been made into Steam, I imagine. So yeah, probably slightly better.
That one is unnecessary, by the way, Mark. You potentially don't care, but
Well,
Yeah, we've got crazy amounts of power production available in the from the Steam storage over there. So that's really it's quite neat. I talked about it extensively in one of the videos, but I'll talk about it a bit more now anyway. So yeah, we've got a storage power being stored in the accumulators up here, and then that's also then linked through the accumulators to these steam engines, to these boilers down here. And this means that because these boilers are not connected to the main grid, they're only connected to these accumulators, which are then separately connected to the main grid. It means that the boilers will only run off any excess electricity, so we'll never have a brownout caused by these boilers. And then from there, the steam from that is then put into these steam tanks. So we've got a massive battery here, and then we can then produce enormous quantities of electricity using all of these turbines, which isn't linked to anything except for this this umbrella defense. So we can just power. So this steam here is just there, and all of these turbines are literally just there to power this umbrella defense. And we've calculated, well, I say we, Marc has calculated that the amount of power stored in these tanks and potentially generatable by these steam turbines is sufficient to protect us against the next coronal mass ejection with these numbers. Oh, it's almost 13 hours away. Okay, it probably dropped down to sort of 11 or 10 or something while I was making videos, because that can be a slightly convoluted process sometimes. But yeah, we've now got this is all now ready, and will just defend us against it. We don't need to worry about anything up there.
It's really convoluted. What he means is he keeps talking. 2 hours later, he goes, "Oh yeah, I should really press record." And it just sort of goes from there.
And it's all this streaming experience. I've just got used to just talking and talking and talking, and then sort of and then checking partway through to see if anyone's listening.
There's too many low-hanging fruits of harshnesses to make there, so I'm gonna.
Oh, speaking of low, let's jump up and down and yeah. So now presumably let's test this. If I get rid of these mining drills like this into my into the logistics, what's the name? Rots pick them up and they put them straight into that chest. Great. So now right, okay. If anyone ever upgrades any mines from Mark 1 drills to Mark 2s, it's fine to just chuck the Mark 1s into the logistics system. They'll get put into the right chest and then turned into Mark 2s.
perfect.
Are there any Mark 1s in this system already?
There are 625 that I've just pulled out of the system and put into the correct place.
Okay. Have you done the same with the burner ones?
No, that's probably sensible. Although I don't expect there to be very many of those around, so let's just summon all the burner drills in the world and then try and see if I can just chuck them in. No, not that. And see if I can just chuck them into the thing manually.
There'll be at least one, because there's one left on the floor.
Yeah, but if I request, I've requested 50. Let's see what am I getting. Satisfaction is currently 1 out of 50. On the way 14. Logistics storage -6.
That's a bigger minus. Oh, they're in different chests.
So each bot is going along trying to pick up 4 or whatever. And
Yeah.
so, yeah, okay. On the way, 8. And then when they finally arrive, I can just chuck them into the machine that's making the Mark 1 drills. I should probably call them Tier 1 drills so that Mark's ears don't prick up every time I say his name. Put them into the electric mining drill 1 creation
Jumps,
machine.
I listen to you.
It's one of those things, though. Hearing your own name said tends to sort of trigger is the wrong word, but it tends to make people go, "Hey, that's me they're talking to," and it's being talked about. What are they saying about me? So, right, there we go. Okay, the burner mining drills are not being taken automatically out of the system, but I've picked up all of the ones that were available, and I'm not expecting any more to be put in, because why would there be any burner mining drills knocking around anymore? This is current year, after all. Okay, so yeah, tier 2 mining drills are now ready for use. We have 29 of them so far.
It's just the ones that Mike's been carrying around.
I found
The
the
last
friendly
live
biter
stream.
again, and I found it because I walked past and I heard this sort of biter snorting noise and went, "What's that?" Okay, so that's meteor defenses, umbrella defenses. Oh, have we got that second copper train that I was talking about?
Yes.
Cool.
Would someone like to start putting a wall across here?
Yes, I'll join you in a minute.
I need to make
As a standard warning, chaps, this area is sort of semi-safe. I've cleared clearly the nests out, but I've not got rid of every last worm yet. I'll go back and do that at the end.
Yeah,
And there's also the odd roving biter that's just sort of, chilling.
Oh, that's neat. Watching on the map as you fire the railgun, it's just suddenly a line of nests are just gone.
Yeah.
Where is he?
It's
There he is.
surprisingly satisfying. In a second, I will.
I'm trying to watch.
I've run out of jetpack fuel. Oh,
no.
That is not a problem I anticipated having. Depends to be flying virtually the entire episode. You know what? Let's put down a defensive line.
Yeah.
One of those is
A
being
worm.
spat at. You're getting wormed.
You know what?
Dee, 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 dee.
Oh, come on.
Partial success. All right. Are you going to demonstrate your railgun, Foo?
Yep.
Or are you attempting to? Okay, you're.
He doesn't have
evening out the
jetpack
range.
fuel anymore.
Yeah, but I see what you mean. Actually, that is quite. There's a lot of red disappearing each time you do that, and then a lot of red starting to scurry around as well. Although not attacking quite as quickly as I would expect. That's the sort of that's the sort of the herd instincts that have been given to the biters by something,
Yep.
probably Krastorio², where they'll bunch up a little bit more before they start to come charging in.
Oh yes.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of biters over here, which is why we've sent Mike over to deal with them, because he likes doing that sort of thing. He likes violence and murder and stuff like that.
I do. That's why Laurence has to be round.
Oh yes, you had some questions, Joel, didn't you? I saw them and then I got distracted by something else and got distracted. So Tristan is probably the best person to describe how our rail network works because he built it. So I'll hand over to him for that one. But as for
He says, still talking.
yeah, I was going to answer the other questions as well before I scroll back down again. I'm just trying to decrypt these questions. How long you want to keep using delivery cannon for? Well, if it's just down to literally how much it costs to make a rocket versus how much it costs to make a delivery cannon is cheaper, at least in 0.5. So answer a pinch of salt here because the things might have changed. Delivery cannon was cheaper until we got to more than 50% rocket reusability in, again, as I say, in 0.5. And request a rocket and how do you make it request exactly the right amount of stuff. I've made a video about that, so I recommend you go off and watch my tutorials because that should cover all of the stuff in there that you're asking about. Well, at least cover some of the stuff in there that you're asking about. As for having a face cam for the videos, I don't know. I feel that streaming and videos are sort of slightly different things. So having the face cam works for this, but seems slightly odd isn't quite the right word, but yeah, just it doesn't seem quite right for a for videos. I don't know. It's sort of a feeling of how I tend to do things. Anyway, sorry, I shall pass over to Tristan to talk about trains. If you want me to point the camera at anything, Tristan, let me know.
Okay. So essentially, the trains work as there are obviously provider and requester stations, and all the provider ones are setting their train limit based on how many train loads of resources they have. So once there's at least one train load of resources available, a train can turn up. All the requester ones are doing the inverse. So however much they want, minus the amount they have, and using that as the threshold. So as soon as they're missing a train load from the relatively arbitrary request amount that we set, they'll summon the appropriate number of trains. For most places, for most resources, we've only actually got one train available, so the train limit doesn't have much effect, but it does future-proof it for if we add additional trains.
Essentially, we've gone in and we've made our own sort of. Essentially, we've made our own simplified version of LTN through circuit signals. Although with only it's not feature complete yet.
Yeah, there's also, if you mouse over one of the pylons in the middle of the rail lines, that green signal is what resources we have on the network in all the provider stations.
I love how the copper, steel, and glass are just flickering at approximately zero, but not quite zero.
That's the downside of having a second copper train.
Yes, true. Yeah, we're producing about 1.5 copper trains worth of copper. I guess, because it's more than one, but it's less than 2.
I plan on using the other signal there to do something for priorities that I haven't entirely worked out, but something along the lines of if a requester station is requesting something that there's low and high priority of, if it if it urgently needs it because it's running out, then it can activate a signal and say put 10 coal on the high priority signal, on the red signal, and that means that a coal mine could then turn its station on and say, okay, someone wants coal urgently, so I'll activate. And that saves having the multiple stations, which is exactly what we have in the smeltery area. So there's 2 different ways of doing it.
Yes. Yes. The rails. Yes, we also have them carefully spaced so that you can just fit a loop in between them like that, which is quite a nice way of it just makes putting loops in and junctions nice and easy whenever you need them. We're not gonna build too big a factory on Norvis, although it could be argued that we already have built too big a factory on Norvis, because the idea is that we do want to go to space as soon as we reasonably can. However, we just keep sort of spotting more and more little bits and pieces here and there, where we think actually, you know what, would be nice to have another something or other in here. So it just gets gradually bigger and bigger and more spaghetti. And is that going to reach? It is going to reach. Excellent. So it's a little bit of a mess at the moment, and it's just getting a little bit oversized. But we are working towards space reasonably quickly. The other thing is I have a bad habit of overbuilding some of my construction facilities a little bit. So whilst most of it is, I think we've not made anything that you don't want to be making before you go to space. However, I think we might have made quite a lot of things in unnecessarily large quantities, shall we say. I have already made I've made a 3-part Factorio tutorial on using LTN, and to be honest, using LTN is what you should be doing if you're building a complicated train system. We're not using LTN here because we're masochists, and we thought it'd be fun and interesting to try not doing so. I forgot the other one of these. So this is not sort of the recommended way to do things, I guess. But it seemed like an interesting idea when we started off.
We're doing it for the challenge.
Yes,
Because after
exactly.
all, what's a stream if we make it really, really easy and you just get to sit here going, those guys have done exactly what I could do. Like, copy and paste from the internet, GG, easy. It's not the same.
Yeah.
It's forcing Tristan to have a miserable time trying to work out why that's gone wrong because someone's connected a green cable to something when he wasn't expecting them to do so. Is much more entertaining.
Oh, the green belt's connected to the red belt cable.
If you can connect a green and a red cable together, I'll be quite impressed.
Can I use a reef knot for it? Oh, bloody hell.
Don't fly over uranium.
Just
mines.
in general.
Yeah.
Did you just do the same?
Maybe.
Oh no.
Huh.
No, that's not good.
Defender capsules are heavily nerfed because projectile damage in trees.
Oh.
Oh dear. I'm making some horrible, horrible spaghetti down here. And also
I
none
see.
of this is going to work until blue circuits show up, so yeah. But I'm still going to need heat shielding and big electric motors into these two spaces where there isn't room for anything at all. Oh no.
I'm gonna remove this station here, right?
If I may recommend doing so, not this second. As in, yes, but later.
Good idea,
you brought
but
the shelter
not
out.
just yet.
Good.
I did, yeah, it's right on this flank.
This seemed like putting these things in here seemed like a really good idea until it clearly wasn't. There's just no room to bring all the other stuff in. Maybe I'll bring it in round the top and then drop it in here, which would be even worse, but also will work.
So little to your left, there needs to be landfill.
Yeah.
Mark.
Perfect.
Oh, I'm going to die again. Marc, save
I get
me!
power over here.
Help me, Marc Kenobi, you're my only hope.
I ran into a road biter. No, Albi.
This is going to be one of those streams, isn't it, where Mike single-handedly increases the death count to a bajillion. Yep, there we go.
Where are you?
Oh, small biter.
Oh, how sweet.
Yeah, there was like 3 of them, but I was still walking back to my body, so I had literally nothing on me other than a single medkit.
Right. That's a little harsh.
Here's how it goes.
Guardian Angel here.
Thank you.
Right, so this comes up here, and therefore up here. And then we need to get the blues out of here, so let's pull up a bit of this.
There is a big biter lurking around your corpse.
Just guarding it.
Yeah.
This isn't like we need the thing in
Oh,
the Minecraft feature where you've got a certain amount of time to where you're. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but where you don't get abused by the mobs anyway.
Yeah, that's a modded thing being nice to you.
Yep.
Okay, that mod was being nice to us. Wow.
Yep.
Yeah. Traditional Minecraft is you die, you drop all your stuff on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
You have 5 minutes of that chunk being loaded to go and get it back.
Yep.
Nice.
Spitters. Actually, spitters aren't.
There we go. Wait, no, that doesn't need. That shouldn't be there. That shouldn't be blue circuits. It's alright because there aren't any, but still.
Where's my body? I've only got like 15 minutes before I can. It's miles away.
Should be here. Right, let's pick all that back up again because that was wrong. And do it
Over here,
again,
right?
but better.
Or is it the later one?
What did I say again?
Oh, to the left?
Yeah, it's way over by that uranium patch.
Right.
There we go.
Thank you.
Right, sorted. Oh dear.
I don't like it. This is the downside of getting killed so far. I should really have a spare jetpack.
But then you need a way. You need to go out, get your corpse, take the jetpack back again. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a spare jetpack the next time you wanted one.
Yeah, that's the price of dying, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose so. Yeah, I think quite a lot of the guy who writes space exploration has now started working for Wooby, so I think there's a pretty high chance that at least a lot of the ideas from space exploration will make it into the expansion for Factorio. I think the general I think probably the general difficulty of it won't, because I suspect it's probably a bit too difficult for what people actually want from the base game. But the basic ideas and some of the novelty and the interesting things he stuck in there, I think will probably make it across, at least to an extent.
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool stuff added. I mean, as we were saying in the Discord channel, as in the text bit of it, a bit back, what I'd really like to see is an overhaul of the way that things like fluids work. So
Yeah.
you have an actual something different to. Thank you very much, Mark.
Yeah,
Something
no
different to
worries.
just putting it in a pipe and letting it dribble around.
You have
Yeah.
you have items, fluid, and power as the
And that's
three
it. Yeah.
networks.
Yeah, and I think I don't know whether what they're going to do with that, because the problem with the problem with it is they have to find a way that is not too processor heavy. Full on fluid dynamics might cause some issues, should we say? But yeah, I think
Oh,
they'll.
yeah. There's light ways you can.
I'm
Sorry,
sure
go
they'll
on.
come up with something. Right. Okay. That's reactors, heat pipes, and centrifuges being made. What else do we need for nuclear? Oh, heat exchangers. Oh, it's just pipe, steel, and copper. I might be able to pipe, steel, and copper. Well, I've got copper here. I've got steel here. Have I got iron anywhere around here so I can tap it off to make the pipes? No, because that would be convenient. So many different ingredients for just the relatively basic things here. Well, let's put in a machine here to make them anyway, because it's in the right place. And that was heat exchangers. Turbines are being made somewhere else. I forget where, but I know they're being made because we've used a bajillion of them, and there's no way that Mark could have pocket crafted all of those.
The what?
There are a bajillion turbines in one of
Yep.
the warehouses of Shane.
But the point is, they're being made from the bus.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Right, that's that and that. So we just need to get iron over to here now. Now, how can I get iron up to here? I mean, it's only here. It's not far away. I suppose what I'm going to have to do is just bring it up here and then through here and just get some more horrendous shenaniganery with these things. With more spaghetti is always the way to go. Right, so that's that. I need a splitter like that. Yeah, Arundel started working for Wooby. It's quite a while back. He's been relatively quiet about it. I mean, there was an announcement where I think Wooby themselves announced it, but he's. I mean, I'm not going to say he's under an NDA, because he's sort of it's. What's the term for when you're actually working for a company and you're not therefore you don't spill all the beans? There is a term, I forget what it
Like
is.
confidential.
Professionalism.
Yeah, professionalism is a good way. It will do, but yeah, essentially he's not going to talk about what they're working on, because he's part of the company, and you'd be it would be wrong like that. So yeah. How much harder is it with Krastorio²? It's more complicated. It is a bit harder. There's more stuff to worry about, more ingredients and things. I'd say. The thing is, though, space exploration has changed quite a lot since 0.5. In 0.5, it felt like you basically played a normal game of Factorio, and then after you launched, then you started doing other things as well. With 0.6, there's massive changes. The whole science tree has been rearranged to put a lot of things after you go off into space. So things are very, very different. So it's kind of hard. At this point, I don't really know what's space exploration 0.6 and what's Krastorio².
What are we thinking about this position here for a wall?
Yeah, seems fair.
NDA looked close enough. Yes. Apparently, it's more complicated later. We shall. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm sure we'll have lots of fun and fun possibly in the Dwarf Fortress definition of fun. What are we making here? Heat exchangers. That was the one. That's the bunny. Let's say 50 of those as well. Why not? 50 is a good number. Yeah, I have noticed that a lot of the I noticed what was it? It was the alternative recipe for making low density structures. it has got ludicrously complicated. So you've got this one, which takes plastic, steel, copper. Sure, it's expensive because there's massive quantities of plastic and copper going into it, but it's relatively straightforward. Then you have the alternative recipe, which is this one, which is plastic, glass, and steel, all fairly easy, not particularly large amounts of those. Also aeroframe scaffold, which in at least in space exploration 0.5 and maybe 0.6, I don't know, is just beryllium plus beryllium plus beryllium, and you process it repeatedly, but it's just beryllium. Now it's aeroframe poles and cryonite and immersium. Immersium is all kinds of rabbit holes that you have to go down to get that. Cryonite is probably going to be harder. I don't know. Powder and crystal. Yeah, okay. Cryonite is harder as well. Aeroframe poles now require iron as well, which admittedly that's not too difficult, but it's another thing just to make it a bit harder. So yeah, lots of the recipes have got somewhat more challenging, shall we say? Yes. What's going on here? Why you? Oh, no blue circuits. That's why. Yeah, exactly. Jigsaw. Sheesh is a good word for it. Joel, I can promise you that the recipes I put in my for making for LTN and stuff do work. If you're having problems with them, I'd suggest you go through and have another careful look at the way you've set everything up. But it's possible I should have gone through it more slowly in more detail. I'm not sure, but I can promise you that the designs I've put together do work. If you put in bigger stations, you'll have to think a little bit about changing the numbers around for extra wagons. But I've given you the formulas for that as well, so hopefully it should be all right. Right. Okay. We're not. Well, I was going to say we're not making the anti-meteor ammo quite quickly enough, but that's because I've just put in more guns, so those have been having their buffers filled up, so that's probably all right. All the guns are loaded. We've got 5 of them now, by the way.
Nice.
We've got another 5 in storage. Shall I go all the way up to 10?
I'm seeing big worms tanking railgun hits.
Blimey. I'm just nuclear design. You can. So I've built nuclear systems where it has massive steam storage steam buffers as well. So it'll cook up a load of steam, and then it'll work through that. And then when the steam tanks fill up, it stops putting fuel into the reactor, so the reactors switch off. And then you work through the steam, and when the steam starts to get low, it puts more fuel into the reactors again. So you start producing the heat. If you get those correct, then you can't get it. You don't get greater than 100% efficiency out of it, because that would be impossible. But you do get it does mean you don't waste any fuel. That's the sort of thing you're referring to? Yeah, I didn't know you could do this between the guns either until somebody either mentioned it in the last stream or mentioned it in the Discord. I can't remember which, but either way, yes, turns out you can, and it's a neat trick. Let's put in another 3 because that's easy. I can just copy those.
Did you know you can do the same thing with turrets?
Yes.
And science labs?
I knew you could. Yes, definitely knew you could do it with turrets, and I think Yes, sorry, I definitely knew you could do it with science labs, and I'm pretty sure I knew you could do it with turrets, but I never have, because turrets tend to have a slightly higher throughput of ammo than anti-meteor guns. So I'm always a bit worried that they're going to, well, I mean, if you've only got sort of 2 or 3 turrets per actual one inserting it off the belt, then it's probably going to be okay. But more than that, I'd be a bit worried that you'd start to run out of ammunition partway along it. So I know that you can with turrets, I just tend not to.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, knowledge as soon as possible is not the same as a determination to do it.
Yes. Okay, that's all of the nuclear stuff now. So we now, in theory, have all the bits and pieces we need to build a nuclear power station, I believe. Because I've made reactors, I've made heat pipes, I've made heat exchangers, and we're already making steam turbines. We don't have any... so that means we can start... Oh, no. Sorry, I've made machines to make all of those. We aren't actually making them yet because we haven't had a blue circuit train come in yet. Actually, maybe we have. It's gone out of the station. Yes, it's dropped them all off onto the bus. The bus is... Yep, so yes, the train has just unloaded. So eventually we'll have a big flood of these blue circuits flowing down the bus, and they'll start loading up the and they'll start making all of the nuclear stuff. But there's a bit of a sort of bit of a buffer a bit of a bus to be filled up first. So it's all the way off in the station, just coming out of the station at the moment. Oh yeah, yes, I knew you can use nuclear power station or the reactors as heat pipes, because they essentially have the built-in heat pipes. I can see why you might want to do that for novelty and amusement points. I'm not sure I can see why you do it for actual useful design.
No, maybe they only count as one piece.
UPS.
Oh,
on
okay,
DPS.
yeah, right. There's a reason to do it. It's slightly, yeah, it's a slightly weird reason, but it's a sort of a way to do it. When you say
Laurence.
blueprintorio, is that when people just build a factory by slapping down blueprints and letting the bots build it all, rather than going in and building it all themselves like we do?
Yep.
I've not heard it called that before, but it's a good name for it. Hey Kit, I've built up. What have I done so far? I've built up some I've defended us against space. So we've got some rail guns to shoot down meteors here, and we've made a ooh, that's flickery. I don't like that. And we've oh, it's very flickery. And we've made some umbrella defenses to protect us against coronal mass ejections. Made some laser turrets, and made all the stuff for nuclear as well. And I've done that in the middle of here because I'm a masochist.
Laurence, once you've got to a point where you've done all the urgent stuff on the bus, could you add signal transmitters and receivers, please?
That's a good idea. We're going to need those at some point. I don't know why this is so flickery. If you zoom in map view, is everything flickering for you? It's not doing it in normal view,
I
it
know.
is.
Zoom in
When you
on
say
what?
map view, do you mean
Map,
satellite
not as
view?
opposed to not navsat, but map, specifically
Oh,
map.
it is, yeah. Oh no, it's just yeah, it does.
Do
But
you
only
have
sometimes.
pollution on displayed?
Oh, now it's stopped doing it. But I've lost track of whether I'm in navsat. There we go. That's just me. And
Oh yeah, there we go.
Yes.
now it's not doing it. That's very strange.
Strange.
Maybe I've passed on the curse to somebody else. Thank you, whoever took it from me.
We are making some kind of medipacks on the bus, right?
Yes, the small ones. But if you bring along your own fish, then you can make big ones. Then the machine is there to make big ones, or no, the second tier of them. So there's the really small ones, and there's the slightly bigger ones. And if you bring along your own fish and put them into the machine or the chest, then you can make the slightly bigger ones. I think there are extra sizes beyond that we're not making. Yeah, so we're making first aid kits are free. Med packs require you to bring your own fish, and med pack 2s are not being made. Yes, BYOF, bring your own fish.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with copying and pasting things you've already built in your own factory. So I mean, we have a blueprint book that has things like rails in it, and we've got balancers as well because I'm just not dealing with that. But yeah, we have a blueprint book that's been basically made from stuff we've already made in this session for all of the stations and rail stuff and things like that. But yeah, I don't see the point in playing Factorio by just going into onto the internet, downloading blueprints for everything and just slapping them down around the factory. I mean, at that point, you might as well watch somebody else playing it. Which, to be fair, is what you guys are all doing. So I'm not criticizing that, but I think you might as well do that instead. If you're going to watch a factory be made from somebody else's ideas.
What Laurence is really saying is, if you like blueprints, you should be liking and subscribing.
Yes, everyone should definitely like and subscribe because I have noticed that only about a third of the people who watch the videos, I haven't checked specifically for the streams, are subscribed to the channel. So I would very much appreciate it if you could all make sure you're subscribed, because that helps with the dreaded YouTube algorithm and satiating it and making it happy and making it promote me and recommend me. As a signal in the middle of that, I can't do that. I'll just do it once and then delete them and do it. Start again. No and no. And the channel is growing quite nicely at the moment, but obviously I'm keen to encourage that and keep it going and keep it growing as quickly as possible, because the more people watch, the more stuff we can do, the more streams we can run, all that sort of stuff. So the more, oops, that's the wrong way around. And the better everything gets. This is another fluid one, not there. Welcome to Laurence attempts to draw a straight line with the mouse, with actually slightly more success than normal. Not doing too badly there. I don't care if there's a rock in the way. Just build over.
Train jam! Oh, wow, train jam.
What?
It starts
Oh yeah,
here and ends here.
that is a big train jam.
Oh yeah. Tristan.
Yep, I'm looking.
Signal missing here.
So is it because that one's? Oh,
Why
that
is that train pulled out?
Because there was a signal missing there and this, signal missing.
No, why is this train pulled out?
the outpost resupply
The
train.
outpost train. Yeah, because that shouldn't have.
Oh.
I'm trying to
So-
see where that's trying to
oh.
go, but there's no.
Yeah. Because I presumably removed the station right as it was
Oh, okay.
setting off.
We're
Yeah.
that's not going to help. I think
can-
this having. Okay, I was going to say I think having that turnaround that's by the train you just fixed is probably
Yeah.
a bad thing. I think that's causing problems, and we should have it a bit further. Well, there is one a bit further along. Yeah, let's. Should we get rid of that turnaround?
I've just removed one piece of it for now
Okay.
to start.
I mean, in fairness, now that one is fixed, it's clearing itself pretty quickly.
Yes, but I was going to say I've seen a problem there before, but it.
You saw something there where it fixed itself.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, I saw a massive snarl there that did eventually fix itself, and I'm not a fan of massive snarls forming either, even if they do fix themselves, because it's bad for throughput. I think what we actually need is a bypass that goes up here
Yeah,
and across here, or maybe up across a little bit higher.
potentially, yeah.
To try and discourage trains from going down there too much, because I had the same thing in my my space exploration run, where I had an area where just all of the trains were trying to go, and it just caused the traffic there was too heavy. It caused
And if you have LTN, that's called your depot.
And
And
I'm trying to remember where the depot was. No, it wasn't a million miles from the depot, but the depot was sort of the equivalent of being about over here, and the jam was being caused sort of here. So they were a fair way apart, but it was that sort of bit where it went past through a bit of a bottleneck between the bus and the Green Circuit factory actually. Because that's just how things tend to get built up, and there was one single route through the middle where nearly all the trains wanted to go, and it just caused snarls and tangles. I can't comment on Deutsche Bahn, but Marc might be able to. So, space exploration transportation methods. I'm not sure how strongly to recommend what we're doing, because as I was saying earlier, this is a masochism run where we're playing without LTN. Having LTN in here would make things a lot saner and probably easier. So I think yeah. Yeah, maybe having the U-turns not in the built-up areas would be a good idea. The problem is if your train comes out from here and wants to go from, if a train wants to go from here to here, you don't want it to travel all the way over here to turn around to come all the way back over here to drop off and then to have to go all the way up here to turn around to get back over here again. But yes, it's probably worth having trains going a bit further occasionally if it gets around the problem of horrible train jams.
Tristan, you might have forgot to extend the plastic pickup station.
yes.
That's why the train was, like, the warehouses were full and the train was full, but
I hadn't looked at the plastic station. I,
just
for
added
no
the
apparent
train.
reason, blindly assumed it would work.
Oh, that's caps lock, not shift. That's why it didn't work.
Thank you.
This is the water one, isn't it? Yes. Yeah, yes, having the stations come out and crossing over. Oh, like this one. This one is actually doing that. This one isn't. Yeah, I mean that would be sensible having them all coming out like this, but apparently we haven't been sensible. So, or at least not in that particular instance. I think having the trains go a little bit further is not too much of an issue. No, you're still spelling his name wrong, Ryan. There's only one I in it. I try to avoid turning the main bus because it's a pain. So this lake we bridged over it because it was relatively small and we had enough landfill to do so at the time. There have been in other games occasions where the main bus has taken a 90-degree turn because there's been a massive lake in the way. This time, well, we shall see. I think we'll probably go straight over this one, but we may end up having to turn 90 degrees here, depending on what the biter situation around here is and how much land, whether we have enough landfill to go straight over here or not. So we shall see. If you're having trouble with LTN, Izuku, you should probably check out the other series of videos I did on how to set up horribly complicated LTN systems. And actually, no, it starts off with how to set up basic and sensible LTN systems, and then works on to making horribly complicated ones as well. So you've got the you can do it at whatever level you want.
Tristan, would you mind designing the railway out to the stone patches?
Yep,
And
can
I'll
do.
just follow them. Follow your
Right,
design.
let's live dangerously and pick up a.
Okay. I assume you're going to head out there without waiting for that while I finish off linking to this outpost. Oh, that outpost is just laser turrets, so it doesn't need the station I put in.
Yeah, I'm just happy to, follow the lines, bring power with me along the lines so I can help Mike out with laser
Diagonal
tools.
bus is a horrible idea. No, I mean we're still going to have a main bus to use for a mall because bot-based malls are horrible in my opinion. I don't like them, and especially with space exploration where you have robot attrition, so they tend to fall out of the sky a bit. And also, I just don't like excessive use of bots. It just doesn't feel very Factorio to me. So Tristan wants me to make communication systems. They'll be in here probably. Transmitters and receivers. These things. Big electric motors, batteries, blue circuit, steel. Big electric motors, blue circuit, steel, copper. That's not too bad. At least they use mostly the same things.
This blueprint doesn't have green and reds?
No, it doesn't. They're trivial to add in.
Okay.
From Navsat, so
And
it doesn't
the
matter.
curve?
And yeah, it needs a curve.
We are
I don't actually
currently
have a blueprint.
35 hours and 58 minutes and 17 seconds in. So it's going fairly well. Yeah, I've had main buses head in all kinds of directions. I try to make them go either east or south because that feels right. But I don't worry too much if they have to turn or if funny things happen like that. No, bots are the wrong way to do Factorio. They're I feel like bots are cheating. And also, yeah, I like the feel of lots of massive belt spaghetti. It's far more fun. So what did I say those things required? Big electric motors, batteries, blue circuits, and steel, and copper. So I mean that is all stuff I have around here, but this area is turning into such a horrible snarl that I think I'm going to abandon it and move further on somewhere else. Yes, let's do that. I'm aware that my opinions on excess bot usage are controversial and unusual, but yeah, it's how I feel. I just think I feel that just putting in bots everywhere. So when your entire construction facility is a series of here is an assembly machine and a red chest and a blue chest with some inserters, it's boring. I'd much rather have belts and spaghetti and buses and things like that. It's far more interesting. And yes, space exploration does encourage you away from the terrible design choices of the bot systems with robot attrition, which is very nice of it. You say it doesn't. Oh yeah, it doesn't scale as well. Yes, true. Yeah, still not doing a diagonal bus. I mean, I like the idea. It's a pleasing amount of madness, but there's no way I'm going to try it. What point of science? We are at the point where we've done all the ground-based science. So we've done brown, red, green, blue, yellow, and grey tech cards. All the ground-based stuff. We haven't yet done space science because we haven't yet got to space. So, we've done all of the science that we can actually do at the moment. As you can see, all of the stuff that's waiting and available to be done requires us to be in space and be producing space science packs as well. Now, reusing your previous tiers of items is great because then you can just put all of the assembly machines in a row like this, and with inserters between them to pass the stuff straight up. It's really easy. It's great. Speaking of assembly machines, I'm going to need one here and one here. Nope, that's wrong. I'm going to actually need one here. Well, here. Let's leave a bit of space for messing around because there's going to be some messing around needed. Right, so that can go up there. And what else do we need? So what are we actually making? That's the first question. We are making signal transmitters and we are making signal receivers because these are going to be very important for our space requirements. So we need steel, blue circuits, batteries, and big electric motors. And what's the other thing? Copper. Where are any of these things? There's steel. Let's bring that up. Okay, steel can be the first one to be brought up then, because that's easy. Steel. And underground. Bloop. Oops, overshot. No, don't do that. There we go. Steel batteries. So if I put that there, then I can drop down, around, oops, up, and then bring this one up in the next row like this. And then up here, we're going to need to do a little bit of wiggling of belts around to get the other one, to get them onto the two things onto the same belt up there. But that's fine. You can manage that. Big electric motors here. Okay, so we'll put in some more underground like that, and a splitter there. Then I can run that straight up here. You see, I mean, the belt-based bus design isn't exactly difficult to pull components out of. I should have put that one square further along though. It helps if you don't do it wrong, but you know, well, since I've already put that in, let's see if I can. Yeah, I can fix it from here. I'll do that, across here, and up. There we go. That's most of the ingredients. Let's put in some inserters for these as well. So 1, 2, and red ones as well. There and there. I'm going to need power for all of this, of course. So put a power pole in like that, or a pylon, as I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to call them. So now we're down to everything, but we just got everything but blue circuits, I think, now. Yes, because the copper's on there. So blue circuits, and we have blue circuits now because a train's come in with a bajillion of them. So we want that to be a few squares beyond, at least 2 squares beyond this one. So we've got some underground belts missing here as well. Let's put those in while I'm here. The pylons are supposed to be in the gaps in the what's name in the bus, but this one was put in as part of the rail network rather than as part of the bus, so it's out of whack. So let's bring blue.
I think they also weren't in the gaps. I saw some earlier that weren't.
It's quite possible. They're certainly the roboports get in the way, but that's because roboports are bigger.
Mike, I have some
Yeah.
bypass running around here.
No.
Spawning.
That's strange. They shouldn't be.
More murder.
Ah, yes.
Oh,
There
run
are
out.
2 new spawners here.
I'm requesting these. I've obviously not been lurking. I've been lurking around too
One
far
there, one
away
there.
from
Oh yeah, too many for me.
I'll be right with them.
All right, let's move that across a bit because that's clearly going to cause me headaches in the future.
Wait for my boss to be called.
And I don't care exactly where this goes up because there's lots of flexibility at the top of this belt.
On my way.
So no, come up here, and that's actually in the right place, so that's good. And I'll do a underground here like that, so I've got somewhere to put the red chests in as well. Have that, and then feed in from here, in, out, out, in, and then red chests there. And we probably don't need 50 of these, that'd be a bit excessive. So which one's this? This is the transmitter. So I'll grab the out of here. So I want to say, as usual, we'll run this off the what's that? Nuclear locomotive. Nice. Run it off there. We'll say as long as there's less than 10 in the logistics network, then the machine will run. And here we'll say as long as there's, same for this one, as long as there's less than 10 signal receivers, then it can run and we can build those. Right, that should be everything. Oh, we're waiting for some belts to be built down there. Now, is all of that covered by Roboport? Yes, it is. Okay, good. So let's come up and stand over here and actually get some of these parts brought over to me. And I think once I've done this, I think I might have to stop prevaricating about the bush and start actually thinking about making cargo rockets, because that is kind of important and kind of the next thing that we're going to need. But that should be, yeah, everything except blue circuits in there. Right, so let's have a look at all the cargo rocket stuff. Start off with silo. Here we go. What's that actually called? Cargo rocket silo. So when I searched for cargo and then searched for rocket silo, it didn't find it, but searching for rocket did. Great. Oh boy. Right. That is many, many things.
Yeah, that's those.
So
Right,
here
let's
we've
get out,
got
Marc.
that. We've got that one. Got that one. We've got steel, so we can make the chest. We haven't got
Which one?
iron, so we can't make the pipes. What's that need? Iron beam and iron plate. So if we bring in iron, we can make these two. Concrete I can bring in as well. Steel, got. Radars. I think I might just bring radars over by hand, because we're not going to. If I put 50 in a box, that'll probably last us for the entire game. If I put 10 in a box, it'll probably last us for the entire game. At the very least, it'll last us until we get blue chests. So, despite what I was saying earlier, occasionally when you get something ridiculous like needing radars for a cargo rocket silo, I don't feel too bad about providing those by bot. But basically, most things should be provided by the bus. But the odd occasional heresy, I don't feel too bad about. So it was iron was the other big thing we're going to need. So that's easily pulled from here. Am I near enough to that roboport? I think I am. Okay, so I think if I put a roboport, no, if I put that there and that there, and then that there. Oh, wait a minute. What do you need for tanks? Do you need pipes for tanks? No, just beams. Okay, cool. So this one can then make those iron beams. And this one can make pipes. That is just iron. And that can all be made off the iron on this belt. And then, we need another underground coming through like that. So here we go. This is going to be some satisfying assembly. Those there. That, and that. And you are to make a cargo rocket silo, which surely is going to be in logistics. Yes, there it is. So let's belt up all of this and just see how much of it we've got at this point. Because I feel like I've put in most of the ingredients, if not all the ingredients. But I wouldn't like to be. Oh, I need another there, like that. How are we doing? So, steel chests. Okay, so that will come in from a machine. I'm going to break Tristan's network.
What?
Fix that in a moment. I owe you a couple of some coloured cables. I'll fix those in a moment, though. So here we are going to make steel chests, because these we can just make on site, because there's the steel. Practically a steel. And there. And how are we doing? So that's concrete. Damn it! There's always, of course, there's one more thing.
Mike, my bot stole you some turrets.
What's it on?
Right. The problem is, I need. Right. Okay. These are going to have to go. This is going to have to move across one, and then at least that means I can use one of those to insert, which is slightly quicker. Not it actually matters at all. But I'm going to need to
12 hours.
that. I'm going to need to have a red chest here, and a and a steel chest here. And we're going to put the radars in here, and this can be potentially upgraded to a blue chest later, but I don't care too much. We're also going to need to run a belt. Oh, so I'll put that there. We're also going to need to run a belt of concrete up the middle of here. So that would be a red underground going from here to here, and then a belt coming in like this, bringing in concrete. Right. Oh dear. Thank you for the warning. Kind of appreciated. Let's have a look. All right. Yeah, I should have looked at the recipe, shouldn't I? Steel chests, concrete, steel plates, and radar. Steel chests, concrete, steel plates, and radar. That's not too bad, actually. I can cope with that. Thank you for the sort of warning, Caladrian. Where's my concrete? Oh, it's miles away, isn't it? It's all the way... I remember... That was the one I had trouble finding last time, because it was a bajillion miles away down at the bottom of the bus somewhere. No, it wasn't. That was this one. No, this is concrete. Here we go. I just crossed the railway line without looking. That was dangerous, but I got away with it, so that's all right.
I wasn't paying
but
attention.
What's life without a little risk? Yeah,
Yeah,
keeps you safe.
yes. But then, may you live in interesting times is a curse for a reason.
True that. True that.
This needs to be linked into the main network over here. That's a bad way to do it. Is that joining? Yes, it is. I'll do put the pile on there. And I suppose that should then be linked to that one as well. There we go. Okay, so up here we're going to make landing pads. And as somebody observed, they take very, very similar ingredients. So we still need the boxes, and that makes a certain sense that you need these boxes given how much storage you have in the landing pad. We need the concrete, which is this one. So let's just do that. And again, we're saving. I'm looking forward to testing out the trick for making saving not happen as often. I haven't even looked at the message yet because I know if I mark it no, I probably won't forget about it. But
So what Black Wizard has said is that they have implemented a specific UI to make it easier for your entry level player who doesn't want to worry about server management to just make it work.
Oh, awesome!
Because you've gone in there and you've tried to get technical on the back end of it without turning off the sort of easy level GUI.
Oh, I see.
GUI, but yeah,
right.
It's got an automatic override.
Ah, yeah. I just searched for how you turn these things off, and when with a server from and it said here, edit this config file. So I went, okay then.
Yeah, you search for it, right?
So doing it wrong. Okay, well at least I know now, so I can do it right in the future.
And I am genuinely very impressed with the fact that Black Wizard reached out during the stream to help correct the issue.
Yeah.
I say correct the issue, it's not an issue. Help improve the performance.
Tell me what I was doing wrong.
Yeah.
Yes.
Everybody enjoys that.
Definitely. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes, any excuse, eh? I think 5 launch pads and 10 landing pads is probably sufficient to be producing at any one time. Right, there we go. How are we looking up here? We've got everything. Yes, everything except those radars, which I'm going to be putting in separately. Do I have any radars in my inventory I want to get rid of, or have I upgraded them all to radar 2s? I've probably upgraded. Yeah, I've already upgraded them all to advanced radars. So let's see if I can request some basic, boring, crappy radars. See if there are any. Ooh, there are. There's 57. Cool. Well, I'll take those. And just put them in, yeah, and I can just dump them in this box here. And to be honest, I feel like that's probably going to be, given that especially if we do what I was sort of suggesting from my previous run of trying to minimise the amount of cargo rockets we use, 50 launch pads and landing pads between them might actually be enough.
Mark, while you're there, could you put down a request a warehouse from the storage area up about there, please?
You're correct, Faustus. We haven't been to space yet. We are still down on Norvis.
Warehouse?
Yeah.
What?
We're getting close.
One,
I'm making the cargo rocket launch pads now.
Oh.
You say it looks and works disgusting. I'd say this looks. I prefer this look to the look of just where your entire base is just hidden by a swarm of bots. I'd also say it works better as well because your bots don't fall out of the sky and explode anything like as often.
I think you took it then.
Yeah, my bots just took it. Disabling my bots if you want to do that. Or
I could have put concrete up on the far left. The problem with that is the inserters wouldn't be able to reach. I'd have had to put another inserter further out, and I've also got 3 inserters on this side. That said, I could have probably moved this one over to the other side and got a little bit tight around there. I think squeezing it up here, having 2 belts on either side works nicely because because the inserters just work. Although admittedly here I've done funny things because of these being there. But yeah, yes and no, there are advantages and disadvantages. What are the difference between iron and steel pipes? That's a very good question. Iron pipes. I think the steel pipes have better throughput, but I'm not. I could be wrong. I don't
think
actually
the
know. They might have longer.
undergrounds have
Oh,
longer
you get.
range.
Yeah, so there we go. You get 10 longer undergrounder. So yeah, the normal pipe to ground only have a max length of 20, whereas the steel ones have a max length of 30. I don't know if there's any reason to actually use steel pipes, apart from as an ingredient to making steel underground pipes. But this is, in fact, that was the way in Angel Bob's, I think, or was it Industrial Revolution? You had a range of different types of pipes, but they were all absolutely identical apart from the underground lengths.
I think it's Angel Bob's, right?
Okay, Madman says steel pipes have a much better throughput. So there we
Okay.
go. There is somebody who who at least sounds like this. He sounds confident, so we'll believe him.
Laurence, you've
Mike?
used the logistical request
Hello.
manager, haven't you?
Since we're fighting the
Yes.
pollution clouds, I'm not sure
How
if
do?
it's feasible to use the ammo-based walls anymore. I just put a lazy laser-based longer part thing here. If you
Yeah, that
want
could
to
work.
have a look.
Are those going to be powerful enough?
Hang on.
I don't know if the laser turrets are going to be powerful enough to protect against an incoming attack. But
No,
That-
they won't. But are we really expecting an attack here?
probably not.
That is
That
also
a-
a temporary wall as
Oh,
well.
true. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a fair point. Oh yes, it is. Yeah,
And
'cause they're gonna
all
come
Where's-
walls
over
are
here.
just temporary, right?
So, Laurence, how do I use the
Oh right.
logistical
Yes.
request manager?
You grab a blueprint. You
Where-
open
Yep.
a. Are you wanting to do it into your own inventory?
No, into a requester warehouse.
Oh, you've got to request a warehouse from somewhere, have you?
Yeah, there's the ones that were in the cache.
Okay,
I was
cool.
gonna. I put one down to
Right.
basically.
So you
be
make
loaded
sure you've
into
got make
trains.
sure you've got the inventory for that open.
Yep.
Then click the then open the logistics request
I'm
manager.
in NavSat, by the way, in case that matters.
That shouldn't matter. I think as long
Okay.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't think it matters. Make sure you've got the inventory open. Otherwise, it'll go into your inventory and you'll be sad. Then open the logistics request manager and put a blueprint onto the blueprint icon in the top right of logistics request manager, and it will copy all of the requirements for that blueprint into the warehouse.
I click on that and nothing happens.
Are you holding a blueprint in your hand?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Let's try this one. No, that one doesn't work either.
Let me leave the logistics area and I'll try it against my own inventory.
Will that not screw up your requests?
I think it only adds to existing ones, but if not, I shall be sad for a little while and then put it all back to as it should be. So we take a blueprint, put it on here. Oh, no, it doesn't seem to have worked. I'll open my inventory as well. Ah, okay, yeah, it's turned into an actual button now. Yeah, yes, that is how it works. That's worked on my
Okay.
personal inventory. Oops.
Oh, do I... No, but I've opened the warehouse after opening the
Don't think
window.
order matters, but
It hasn't made a difference.
hmm.
Okay, are you able to add the fluid pickup station, either of them, to that requester warehouse? It's far left end of the
Yep,
bus.
I found it. I've opened the requester warehouse. I've opened logistics request manager. It was the which one was it? Sorry,
One of the fluid
fluid pickups.
stations. I don't care which.
Okay.
They're all- but item wise, they're going to be the same.
I'll stick it on my bar so I don't lose it while I'm doing things. Right. Okay. So I've opened that. I grabbed the blueprint. Oh no, it doesn't seem to work. Maybe it doesn't work through NavSat. Then
I thought you used it through NavSat.
I thought I did too. You need to open a target entry that supports logistics requests or your inventory to append a blueprint. Unless it's because we haven't discovered blue warehouses yet.
It's possible. I'll bring my train out. Actually, I'll request the stuff manually for this load and then send my
Okay.
train out to go and collect the
Yeah,
stuff.
my guess is it's because we haven't discovered blue warehouses yet, so that one's a sort of is a hacks and a shenanigan.
It's possible, yeah. Disappointing.
Yeah, so steel pipes hold more fluid, and therefore you get slightly better throughput from them. It's 25% more. I think I tried C block briefly, but only fairly briefly, and then I sort of didn't, and then I think I then sort of stopped playing Factorio for a little while, and then I started playing Angel Bobs, which I'd made the videos of. So I went in with something slightly easier than C Block. Yeah, my guess is that you need to have the. As I say, my guess is that you need to have developed tech for rare. I mean, we can request things like this, but we can't copy a blueprint into it and tell it to request all the things from the blueprint, which is what the mod's supposed to do. So for now, I'm going to assume it's for now, I'm going to assume it's due to the due to us not having uncovered logistics stuff ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, mid game. So yeah, the full-on logistics has been moved quite a lot later in the game in space exploration than it is in vanilla Factorio. However, we've also got the opposite of that no, sorry. There's also the opposite of that to an extent because what's defined as early, mid, and late game and stuff is very, very different in space exploration because there's so much more game, basically. And late game is anything involving Naquium. Mid game is when you get to probably is anything where you're doing working through the coloured space sciences, I would say. So we're still in very early game at the moment. Very early game, because we're not even in space. Okay, let's have a think about rocket parts now, because I think that's the next thing I'm going to need to do. So I need to make cargo rocket sections. These take...
That's a nasty one, Mike.
Which one?
These are diagonal.
I mean, I'm happy to do it. No,
we should probably have a diagonal wall at some point as well.
Yeah, no diagonal.
Train line.
Oh, train line.
Yeah,
this was here is a bit...
Yeah, just put diagonals in. It won't be chunk of line, but also put the big electric poles down the middle still. It'll be a bit vague.
But as long as it all matches up, it doesn't matter if there are occasional areas that are wrong because it's easy because it was awkward.
Oh, yeah.
As long as the basics, most of it's there is correct.
Yeah, I mean, the core of the question I was asking Tristan was more about: do you want to do this, or shall I?
Yeah, fair
enough. Once
enough.
I go and kill more biters, or do you want to? Not in favour.
Yeah. So I think inappropriate penguin. We already have a mod that does that. I think the point is it's the logistics request manager. It already does that. But I think we need to have researched logistics ourselves rather than just having found a blue warehouse in a box somewhere. So I think that's probably why it's not working.
Mike, you've distracted me.
Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining.
While I've been distracted, Marc has come in and done all the stuff that I was requesting parts for.
that is how helpful I am.
Marc is in fact a construction bot, or possibly a logistics bot.
He's also connecting things indifferently to how I did.
Okay, then I don't know why it's not working in that case, Madman. It's a mystery. Maybe I'll go over and try and dump a blueprint into the chest when I'm not on navsat mode at some point and see if I can work out why it's not working. Anyway, I'm trying to try and get my head back around something slightly more slightly different. Oh, so we're going to need rocket control units. That's going to be fun. I think I'll make these on site for these because we're probably going to need quite a lot of cargo rocket sections. Low density structures will come in by train eventually once we have enough oomph to actually build the bloody things on once we have enough copper to actually catch up. So copper, we're producing copper at a rate at the moment. Over here, a fairly significant rate to be fair. There's I think we worked out it was 6,000 a minute or something like that. So that's streaming through because we've got plenty of the ore coming in, and then we've got the copper plates being loaded into the trains here. They're all being brought over here and unloaded here, where they're being then made into red circuits that are being they're being loaded into trains here and made into blue circuits that are being put into over here. So there's thank you for the subscription, persistent, much appreciated. So we're trying to load up all of this. Oh, the red circuit buffers are full now. Excellent. So we're part way with that. So we're going to then try and feed all these down here, turn them into blue circuits, fill all this buffer up, and then we'll be able to bring all the copper over to here and pump it through this system over here where we're making the low density structures. And I still need to go over and fix the problem that caused this issue as well. So yeah. Sorry, I've been talking over everybody.
We're used to it, don't worry.
Yeah.
It's kind of my job.
Oh, you don't have what?
No.
Okay.
I placed the ghost down and was planning on heading back to go and get them. and
Okay.
then you came in and placed the load.
I'll
Right.
always have the base stuff on me.
So this is going to be
Or
fun.
at least I try to.
Making the cargo pods
I'll-
requires fast inserters. This requires pumps. This is the sort of point where I start to consider that maybe using logistics bots might not be quite such a crime. But no, I shall behave myself and try and do it properly. So let's start by making the rocket control units. So that's going to be how do you even make rocket control units? I should look at the recipe for this before I start putting too many things down. Okay, it's all bus stuff. That's good. So but what sort of quantities? 5 of everything, and it takes 30 seconds though. So I think I can have 2 belts going up over here. Put them in here and here. So this one will come down like this. Load it up there and there. This one will come across like that. There we go. Oh, that's good enough. Yeah, I quite. There's something fun about setting up an obscene belt monstrosity, and not just because it makes Madman cringe. I mean, that's a bonus. Don't get me wrong, but it's not the main reason I do it. I do like that these pylons have that little bit extra coverage now, so you can put one in on one side of an assembly machine, and it will unload and it will power the inserters on both sides of it. That is very nice. Appreciate that. And you can, with a single power pylon, you can get all 3 insert all the way across all 3 inserters as well, which isn't vital most of the time, but it's just quite nice. So what do I need for this? Batteries, red circuits, glass, and iron. I should have left more room for this. Actually, that's not too bad. If I put that there... No, wait. If I put that there, then it's going to block that one. Nah. Batteries... Where are red circuits? Glass and iron. So batteries are the bottom one. So let's do that. Let's do that horrible winding it around with batteries. So we'll bring the batteries across to here like this. I know how much everyone enjoys a bit of spaghetti, so I'm doing this for you guys. I hope you appreciate it. So that's that one. Then I need red circuits, glass, and iron. So the glass is in there. Red circuits are here. They're on top. That's convenient. So let's do that. I can bring this up one like this. That's just in the right, conveniently in the right place, just like that. It's now that is kind of in the way of the rest. I might have to move this across a little bit, but well, maybe not actually, because if glass is up here, then I can do that and that. Put my splitter in here, and just run this up here like that. Simple. And then the other thing was batteries, which are down here somewhere. No, wait, batteries are already done. Iron, that was the other thing. Iron. Okay, that one isn't going to fit. We'll just have to do that. Across here. Boop, boop. There we go, an extra belt there. Right, so there's my rocket control modules being rocketed, controlled, and moduled. Belt down the other side to bring them back out again. And we'll have a sort of a local bus for this. So that's there. So that's the first ingredient we need. Yeah, belts. I think belts are much better. I think logistics bots. Yeah, they're sort of occasionally I'll use them in a mall for sort of the weird when you need a weird thing miles away. It's sort of I don't like it, but I'll sometimes put up with it a little bit. Belts look much better. Yeah.
Can't make spaghetti with bots.
Exactly, and they don't look as nice in my opinion. Oh yes, having the one where you can just drag a belt across, and even if you bring the mouse up here, it still carries on going in a straight line. That is great. It's a shame it doesn't do that with a few other things like walls and pylons, and those are the 2 that leap to mind. Okay, so my next thing, for my next trick, we're going to make all of the inserters, and Madman is going to laugh at me. So we're going to make burner inserters. We're going to make oh heck. We probably don't have inserter parts on the bus, do we? No, we've got electrical components, but not assembler components, because why would we have assembler components? Okay, so we're going to... we're going to look at this one. What is this? So single cylinder inserter parts. So you are actually going to make inserter parts, which are probably in here. This is
I
going
like
to be.
how Dastra is excluding Tristan from his thanks.
Yeah, that's very mean, but funny, but mean.
Seems
Right.
fair and reasonable to me.
So how am I going to do this? This is going to require sticks and stones to break it. No. So put the, but then everything else is going to require iron as well, isn't it? So those. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay, we do require. Oh no, so that's that one. That's yeah, but words. Yeah, okay. Yeah, is that a space exploration or is it a Krastorio thing? I can't remember. But yeah, I sort of know what you mean. It does seem a little amusing, painful that you always need. But it's just a sort of the theme is that to make the next tier up of a thing, you require the previous tier of the thing, and that's just how it is. So here we're going to make here we're going to make the inserter parts. That was the one. Inserter parts, and that means here we can make a burner inserter, which is going to take the inserter parts and a single cylinder engine, which is a thing we have. Then we're going to feed that up to make a yellow inserter, which is also going to require small motors and automation cores, both of which are on the bus. And then up here we can make the blue inserters and then bring them out and put them on the, I suppose we'll put them on the other side of this belt here. We just need to make sure we've got all of the stuff in here. So we're going to need here, this belt is going to need to have both of the things. So we have iron over here to make sticks and stones. Sticks, stones, kind of, which are fed into there. Hooray, direct insertion, like that. Up middle like that, and out the top like that. So that's now happy. That's got everything it needs. You need single cylinder engines and you need small electric motors. So we'll put them on. We'll put them on this belt. Then the next belt will have automation cores and electronic circuits. And then the next belt will have the other thing that this one needed.
I like
Steel,
the way
I
that
think it
Tristan
was.
has identified that I liberated an oil field and is already trying to, exploit it.
Is Tristan secretly American?
I think he is, yeah. Ooh,
Marc
oil?
told
I
me you
love
were
oil.
suffering for oil earlier, so I listened to him.
Ooh. Okay, he's not American. He's listening to people.
Yeah. He is redeemed.
Bring that up there, because.
I'm also aiming to depollute it.
So you're not Chinese either, then?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the last stream that Laurence ever does before he gets banned from Twitch and YouTube.
Oh dear. What have I done? Actually, no, let's pull this out the other side. This is getting silly. Right, let's try and get the right things on the right belts here. So this is going to be both small engine types. So we've got the small electric motors and the small petrol motors. Here's the small electric motors. Oh, here's they're all here, and automation cores as well, which are going on another of the belts, and I can't remember which one it was, but I'll sort that out in a minute. Can I put that there? Yeah, I can put it there. Yes, that does work. Automation core. Which belt? Which type of inserter were automation cores for? They were for the second one, so they're going onto one of these. So that's going to pull out from. Well, it can't go there, but it can go there. That works. Nice. Yeah. No, we're not all from England. Marc is from Germany. So yeah, we've got. Oh, saving. Damn it. Yeah, one of the nice things, yes, as I think has been hinted at, I got a little bit distracted from chat. Sorry about that. One of the nice things about having to use the earlier things is that whenever you go through and do a massive upgrade, it uses up all of the old stuff that you had lying around. So yeah, it's good for that point of view, but it does mean that occasionally you run into problems when you want something and don't have No, sorry. That does mean sometimes you run into problems when you want to do a massive build like this, and it takes all of the precursors to make it. So how am I doing? Let's see. I've got that. Well, no, I haven't. I'll put in the iron one now, like this, because it's easy. This stream has basically just been me building things up on the bus, hasn't it? I should probably go off and do something else just for variety. But I think this is, I don't know. Is this the sort of content you come along for? Yeah, and you can burn some of the, you can burn the wooden power poles in vanilla, so that's a good start. But you can put them into your furnaces.
Oh no, you can't anymore.
Oh, can you not anymore?
No, I think they changed it.
Is
with,
burning copper
1.0
considered to be too
something.
polluty? Or is burning copper considered to be too ridiculous? I don't know. Either way.
You're ridiculous in Factorio.
I know, right? Ooh.
A game where giant worms spit at you. Yes, sir. I hate you. That's my worm impression. Copyright. There's an NFT on it and everything.
I want to put this here. I'll put it here. That works. There we go. Close enough, right? It's not quite in line, but it'll do. Yes, very good, Mike. We'll make a real worm out of you yet.
What are we up to, Ryan? Well, Mark and I are happily sitting here shooting worms. And Tristan is being Tristan somewhere.
Tristan's
Cleaning
probably playing with trade.
oil.
Oh no!
No.
Oh yeah, of course.
Moment.
Tristan's being American, claiming the oil patches. I remember. Yeah, here we go. So this is there's some oil mining going on over here, because we always need more oil. Team M are over here. Yeah, shooting worms in the wormy bits. Well, some of them are. One of them is. Marc is shooting worms in the wormy bits, and Mike is getting shot by the worms in his wormy bits. So he's.
Oh, that's such a long way as well.
Yeah, there's a station
You've got
reasonably
trains.
nearby. If you just get your train up there.
In fairness, this is true, and it is almost not worth having the shelter here anymore.
And Mark's probably going to make it safe around there by the time you get up there as well. So you should be.
In fairness, it already was.
It already was safe until but you still died anyway.
I had a moment of lag and ended up standing in. Was it Big Spit? I hope it was Big Spitty Goo. Big Worm Goo. There we go.
You're getting F's in chat.
Thanks, chat. Appreciate it. Oh dear.
Oh yeah, there's the catch-up videos will hopefully cover everything in excruciating detail. I mean, in interesting detail to tell you everything that's going on in there, to give you all of the information you could possibly need for for how our factory's going. What am I being brought? I don't know. Okay, so where was I? Okay, yeah, so we've got this. This one is everything's lined up. I haven't fed in the belts yet, just in case I've got something wrong. Because I mean, I know it doesn't happen very often, but it might. There's always a chance. Got the automation. I didn't. I've got the automation cores. I've got the small electric motors, and then up here, green circuits is the other thing. Green circuits and steel, those are the other things. Amongst the other things that are required, I'll come in again. Hey Sam, thanks for the what currency is that? It says 25 SAR, and I'm hoping that's not a disease, but I actually don't know what currency SARs are.
Saudi real.
Okay. Did you mouse over it and it tells you, or have you looked it up? Or did you just
I
happen to
googled
know?
it.
Okay,
just know these things. Tristan is an intellectual chapter engineer.
So yeah, I've thank you for that.
Citation
I actually have no idea how much that is, but I appreciate it. I appreciate it nonetheless. What did I say? I said green circuits and steel. So green circuits are down here. So I need to get one of them onto this belt, and the other one onto this belt. I don't think it makes a lot of difference which I do, so I'll do the green circuits here because I can. And it leaves plenty of space for the steel then. But steel is the easier one, so this, yeah, that works out fine. I see. Run this up here. And then steel is right below it? Yes. That needs to go up here. And I've immediately forgotten that I wasn't actually linking these up yet, but never mind. That's why I don't link things up. Right, so here we go. So let's put that to there, that to there. We'll finish that one across there, otherwise I'll get confused later. And in fact, I might as well finish off this block while I'm at it and put that to there. That will need another underground there. And finish off this block with belts like that. So there you go. That's all now flowing nicely. Then across here we have the steel. We don't need any other undergrounds from that. Is that everything? No, it's not, because the iron needs to come across here like this as well. Okay, I think that should now be everything. We should be getting as soon as these, as soon as we get the steel up here. Oh, there's no yellow inserters being made because we haven't got any of these. Because the iron hasn't come in yet. There we go. Right. Okay, so we've opened it up at the bottom now. Everything should now flow through, and we should have all of the things we need. Oh, good. Yeah. Yes, I think there are plenty detailed. I tend to sort of just start recording and then just talk until I run out of things to say. So there's a little bit of waffle in there, but hopefully it's all interesting waffle. And I like to think that the fact that people keep watching it suggests it is reasonably interesting. Okay, so that's made the oh no, wait, the inserters were for something else. Let's cut that back a little bit, because these inserters, as far as I remember, these weren't for the rocket sections. Let's go and have another look in FNEI. Rocket sections require. So I've got the low density structures and the rocket control units. Those are made, or at least the low density structures will be. Gesture. Cargo pods. These required fast inserters. They also required iron chests and steel plates. So now that's not too bad. This is all stuff that can be done. They take a while to make. So I think if I put in. Right, let's carry on over here. So we need iron chests to be. We also need. If I make iron chests here, because there's an iron belt, so it makes sense. But actually not quite there. Let's try and think this through so I don't run into spaghetti problems later. So if I put that there, then I can put these onto the same. If I put that there, then I can get the belt round it and then put them onto the same thing. So this was going to be iron chests. It's a weird thing to need. I don't know why it's not steel chests like everything else, but never mind. Iron is cheaper, so I suppose I shouldn't complain. Those can be made there like that. We've got the blue inserters will be coming out of here eventually, probably. Why is this not working? Still not got any burner inserters. You're missing. Why are you not getting any iron gears? Iron gears. Iron gears. Oh, it's got. That's full. Why are you not passing these through? You require. Oh, that's full as well. And there's no steel. That belt's the wrong way. That inserter's the wrong way around. There we go. That solved the problem. Okay, so my inventory's full. What was my inventory full of? Nonsense, of course. Let's get rid of some of this nonsense. I like having bots to take all this stuff away from me when I've just accidentally filled my inventory up with miscellaneous stuff I don't need. Why have I got some logistics bots? Let's put them in there as well.
This is why our chests of shame became chests of shame became warehouses of shame.
I don't think we ever filled up both warehouses. Thank you very much.
No, last time I checked, it would fit in one.
Yeah, but not by much.
Cargo pod, red circuits, iron chests,
I have just
inserters, and steel.
Discovered that Combinator, if you marked it for deconstruction, won't change its output. Even if the inputs change, the output will stay static.
Oh, really?
Oh.
I don't see how that's useful to use for anything, but it's
a thing to be aware of before it breaks everything.
Yeah, because I marked one for deconstruction, then realised it was still outputting the signal that I didn't want it outputting. So I removed the output from it, and it was still outputting it.
Tristan, could you place a radar over there? Because we don't have one.
I can try.
Poink.
Right. Oh, it's happening again.
How are you doing? It's a. So, yeah. I think yes. I think the waffle is. I mean, everybody likes waffles, and apparently everybody likes my waffle as well. So that's that's good. It works well. Hey,
Crazy?
I'm getting decent numbers of views, and so I think it's going quite
Crazy?
well. AMD CPUs can now hit 95 degrees C. That sounds terrifying, but sure. Okay. Oh yeah, I
I will
played.
use it to make tea,
Yeah,
because I can boil water.
almost. Yes. Quality of life research. Yes, I used that a while back, and yes, that is. I do like that mod. It's good because I mean we've got a lot of the things like the long reach and stuff like that as sort of just inherently. Because to be honest, you kind of need it early on more than you need it late on. So I put it in as just something from the beginning. But yeah, it is. I really like the idea of it that you can get your long reach and stuff like that through doing research and inventing better arms or something. Yeah, I really like the idea of the long reach research. He's good mod.
Mike,
Yeah.
I don't mean to question your design, but I'm going to question
But I'm
your
going to question
design.
your design.
Are you going to do it? Go on.
Oh,
This
crap.
outpost up here.
Yep. Is it not the greatest thing since sliced bread?
No.
Oh,
What have I
glorious.
done?
What haven't you done?
You have everything together.
Okay, let's go and look at Mike's outpost. Where is it?
When you say
I-
everything together,
So you have the ammo and the. So I assume all that you're actually missing is a splitter on the top right-hand end.
oh yeah,
No,
yeah.
he put the ammunition on the
Oh, this
filter
output.
side of the belt.
Ooh.
Yep. Yeah, it is.
But in here, if you put a splitter which takes the ammo off to the left and just dead ends it so only other stuff passes round, then yes, the ammo needs to be on the other side as well.
Hang on, I got off mid-trade early. Hang on, it's running away from me. Hang on, 2 seconds. This is not going the way I expected. Right, where am I? Right, I'm there. Come back, train.
We've been.
I'll be with you in a second.
I
There's
can't even
that.
see you on the map. I've got it's covered in station names. Let's turn those off.
And that won't help because it's here.
Yeah, now I can't see
No.
him because all I can see looking at the map is Mike's name everywhere. Just
That's how the most
everywhere.
important part of this playthrough. We know this. We established this the other day. I'm the star of the show.
Right, it's a box of shame because, well, originally the box of shame was before you have any bots at all, when you find your inventory is filling up with nonsense, you make a little wooden box and you put all that nonsense in the box and you just leave it somewhere, and then somebody else comes along and discovers it and goes, "Why is there a box full of nonsense here?" And you go, "I don't know." And then they look at it and it says, "Box was built by One Cruel Bagel," and they go, "Are you sure?" And you go, "Okay." So.
It's because you should be ashamed of not being able to manage your inventory correctly.
So that's why it's a box of shame. But then when you get bots to deal with it for you, we still end up with warehouses of shame, which are down here somewhere. And these just fill up with miscellaneous stuff that isn't being pulled off to be put anywhere else. So in here we've got stuff like this. Actually, some of this is useful stuff. Like there's pipes and things in here, and lots and lots of rocket control units. But none of these things are getting pulled out of the logistics network to get put back on the bus. So they just end up in here. There is an enormous number of steam engines in here because these are things that we've stopped using, basically. There's lots of steel furnaces. These should be being put into making electrical furnaces. So those are in the wrong place. You see, it just all accumulates here. And then we get every so often someone comes along here and goes, "We should tidy these up." And someone says, "Go on then." And they go, "I don't want to." So yeah, that's why we have boxes of shame.
Oh, just actually looked at Mark's method of
Shaming?
limiting the throughput
Oh.
of filters. I did
Thank
it
you to
slightly
whoever
differently.
just fixed my
Shame.
mistake there.
It's not fixed. You need to. It needs a splitter put in,
Has to
but
be
I'm
put in.
letting the ammo
Sounds-
run through first to swap it to the correct side.
Yeah, that's basically what we've done, Ryan. We've let the chest of shame accumulate until it's until we are in theory we are using the bots to take some of the stuff out. So for example, over here we've got a this blue chest here is that's a blue chest. This yellow chest is asking for wood, although it's filled up completely. There is more wood in here than it. Oh, there is no limiter on the thing that puts the wood on this going in here. So what we actually should be doing here is taking a cable like this.
No,
and
you don't
say-
need a cable. Just
Oh, because logistics network. You're right. So set this one to connect to the logistics network, connect to it, and then be enabled when
It
what is
also
this? This is wood.
technically doesn't matter because there is another one for wood. But
Okay. Enabled
should-
when wood is less than 10,000. 1,000 will do. So now this will. Oh, and I should actually turn that off as well. There we go. So now we can now use. Yeah. Now the wood is dribbling out of this chest. So in theory, any other wood that's is picked up from anywhere will be brought over and put in this chest. The same is happening here for glass, but more successfully, because this is actually set to 100 in this case. So we'll keep 100 in here, but if I dump a load of glass into the logistics network, the bots will bring it over and they'll put it into this chest, which means it will then be put back out onto the bus, and it'll be used up later. But we haven't done that for absolutely everything yet. It's a sort of a work in progress.
given you've done that, I've changed the other one that was back here to be a steel chest.
We can't have an active provider of shame persistent because we don't have active providers researched yet. Oh, yes, that's a good point. Well, yeah, okay, yes, Faustus, yeah, in theory, there shouldn't be any wood anywhere else because it should always end up here. Now, there is a slight risk of, because that filled up due to mistakes, it's possible there could be wood in these chests. There doesn't appear to be. We seem to have got away with it. But yes, that did cause problems earlier. But I think we're okay for it at the moment. If we wanted to be really careful, we'd have we'd have a box here, the chest here, going to with a loader and then going into a splitter with a priority on the right hand side. So it always came out of the box first, but would always run along here if there wasn't enough in the box. That would be another way of doing it. This is slightly neater because it can be in line, but yeah,
Or use green chests.
Or yeah, I mean, in the future we will use green chests. At the moment, we can't.
Yeah. So down where I pinged, there was another yellow chest. So that will have been taking any that was actually created. But that's not there anymore. I've removed it.
You say you spot marked for deconstruction. It is completely full of wood though. So
that's a red one. There was a yellow one as well on the left hand side of the splitter.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Right, I'm with you.
So is the network not linked or something? No, the network looks linked. Do we just not have steel chests on the network?
Probably not.
Lag.
Because why would we?
Why not?
Because we don't need. Because you don't. Why do you use steel chests apart from for making rocket landing pads? Basically.
Stations if you didn't have warehouses, but yeah.
All right. So I've now made some. What are these things? What are these things even called? Cargo pods. Right. So I'm making progress with getting towards rocket sections, but it's quite slow progress. So I've made cargo pods, fuel tanks, and heat shielding is on the bus. So that's easy. Fuel tanks. Now it does occur to me I've not future-proof for the rocket control modules because I know we're going to need lots of those. So let's have this actually unload onto there. And then this is future-proof, so I can make more of these to the point that have many required. Over here, I shall attempt to make the rocket fuel tanks, and then have a think about what they require after I started making them, because that's the fun way to do things. They're going to be an intermediate product, aren't they? Right, those things. Fuel tanks, advanced circuits, pipes, storage tanks, and pumps. Pumps, for goodness sake. The rest isn't too bad. Actually, you know what I could do? I could put this here anyway. And then put more in above and just copy paste the whole thing. So here we go. Right, so we've got the red circuits now. The pipes can come up. Pipes and what was it for tanks? Did you need steel for tanks? I can't remember now. Oh no, it's just iron beams and iron plates. Excellent. So we can make pipes here. Iron beams here. I have to admit, I'm being a bit freer with the spaghetti than I normally am because I can tell how much everyone's enjoying it. Right, we'll output this like this, and is it L Shift L? There we go. Yeah, Shift L. Yeah. Right, there we go. Then this. And this, there we go. Because that gives me a little bit more room now. So that comes up all the way to there. We have another belt coming across here for the unloading. This can then come across to here. And then this is going to be a bit dirty, but we'll do that with a Shift L on it like that to go away. To mods overlapping with their shortcuts here. So that goes to there. Actually, we want an underground like that, so we can then put in that and still have this one coming up along here. Wait, what? No, that'd be like that. There we go. That's better. We need power here as well. Okay, so what we've got here is we've got the ingredients for these things coming up with this belt, and the ingredients for this coming along this belt. We're loading them in as appropriate, and then dumping the outputs over here. So we'll extend these belts like that. I can't remember what needed what up here, so I'm just going to put in both sets of inserters for both things. And I think that should be... Oh, pumps. Damn it. I forgot about pumps. Rage. What are you not getting? Oh, you're not getting those through fast enough. Okay. Yeah, I probably do. Yes, I think I do have everything to make pumps. But yeah. Okay. Hey, Alvo, welcome. I've just had my head buried in the buried in making rocket parts for a few minutes. Welcome. Persistent, yes. Can check the logistics network. Yes, that's what. Yeah, I could do actually. That's not the logistics network.
My bots have all gone walkabout.
Is that because you keep dying? There's 7,600 wood
Possibly.
somewhere in the circuit network, and I think that's probably all going to be in that box down at the bottom. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. I do a quick tour of the research tree. So yeah, at the moment we've done all of the ground-based research. So every research remaining that we can do requires us to have got space research science packs. So we're kind of drawn to a bit of a grinding halt on the research at the moment because we can't actually do anything at the moment. What's
Lag.
Oh.
I just watched everything appear in really slow motion.
I haven't noted. I mean, I know actually. Oh, maybe there's a little bit of lag.
Slow down, more slow down on potentially on my side only, but you know, it's very noticeable.
I haven't really been noticing it because I've been building, whereas you've been fighting. So it's going to be a bit worse for you. It does. I don't know whether I'm moving slowly
Have a look
because
where we are.
yeah,
It's a sizable nest.
I can see you're you're making friends and influencing them, and yeah. I like how there's just a sort of a there was just a wall of spitters standing there, around, sort of watching you and guarding you.
Yeah, look at the slowdown is more sort of where I was going with that.
Okay.
I think we just hit a UPS tank.
Right. I'm getting 58
also
when I'm
60.
looking at the busy areas. Yeah. Yes, space exploration with Krastorio. You're quite right. I think no, red chests must count for towards the network because that's what the sort of chest that can supply the network. I suspect blue chests probably don't count towards the amount on the network because you can't actually supply anything from them. I'm quite impressed that you managed to get all the way up here to die. That's you're coming in from the north, I guess. Okay, that makes more sense.
Also today I spent a lot more time flying around, just like
Yeah.
straightening stuff.
Flying does seem like a good way to do things.
Right, so you get shot down and you've got no infrastructure to hide with.
One of these things probably isn't needed for the stuff up here. I don't need green circuits for either of these. I don't need automation cores for either of these. Okay, let's do some tidying up down here. What you do need the green circuits. So here, let's pull up both of these. In fact, and also this, and just tidy things up in this area a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in a splitters here and here, and say I only want the red circuits, and I only want the steel. This is interesting. The game is still sort of working, even though it's saving. No, I've run out of sort of working. It wouldn't let me. It'd let me go into setting the filter, but not into changing the tabs in there. So steel plates to the left, good. And I'll grab the nonsense off those. Right, so then we can come up. Can't do that. Can do that. Ooh, better. Swap that over. Then I can have that come up from there and do that like that. There we go, that's better. And now that means I've got another belt over here that I can probably put the pumps onto. So let's now have a look at what's actually required to make a pump, and then go, oh, for goodness sake, when I discover all of it's required on the other side. Or actually, even better idea. Let's use a red underground to go from here to here. Like that. I don't know why I didn't just make that slightly shorter, but never mind. Have you got everything you need now? Oh, no, you haven't, because I haven't put the thing on the other side. There we go, like that. And we need the output, but this one does put onto the far side, so that's okay. Right. So this is still working. We're still making the boxes, just not making the tanks. That goes in there. Pass that through there. We can start making the stuff over here. Okay. What was I going to do? Oh yes, but I still need the pumps in this area. So that's going to be one more thing to do. That's going to have to move up one for this as well. Let's put that there. Right, we now need to make pumps as well. So let's have a look at the recipe for a pump. That's a small electric motor, a pipe, and a steel plate. Well, there's a small electric motor, there's the pipes, and there's the steel plates. I guess I could... Okay, bear with me here. I've got to the point now where I'm just sort of being bloody minded about trying to fit all of this into the area here, rather than being sensible about any sort of construction common sense stuff. There we go. I'm sort of reveling in the spaghetti. And in fact, now what I've also... Oh, I did need the pipes over here. Yes, it's space conservation. You're quite right. Space conservation meets space exploration. These now need to want to be on the other side. Can I do that? Would that be just too much? That'd be a bit... Yeah, it doesn't reach anyway. Oh, well, I suppose I could move that back to there. And... I kind of want to do this just because it's so horrible. Oh, I've got to that stage of the evening where I'm just sort of enjoying how horrific all of this spaghetti is. Now the biggest problem here is that we're not making the iron beams quickly enough to make these tanks as fast as I'd like to. I could put that there, and then have that there, and that there, and that there, and that there. That'll work. There we go. Now we can make the beams a little bit quicker, and we'll make the tanks a bit quicker, so we can start making these things. Now, have you got everything you need? And if not, why not? Yes, you have. Right, so we now should be seeing, fairly soon, we'll be seeing the fuel tanks coming out of here as well. Now, that needs to then find its way out. Oh, that's easy enough. That can just come straight down here and across here. And actually then down here. No, not there. That's silly. Down there. Right, there we go. Lovely. So back to the old cargo rocket sections. So I'm going to need low density structures. I'm going to need rocket control units, cargo pods, fuel tanks, and heat shielding. And I've got all of that except the low density structures, which are being made a bloomin' mile away. And I'm going to go over there and fix that now because I'm aware that it's broken. So this is going to require me to call my personal train. I think press no, not T. Press the train button up here. I can find click where it says Laurence. Get that state train. Say come over here. Come and get me. Wait until passenger present. Then go. Where is it? Here. Until, I don't know, Fluid count is, I don't know, less than 0 water. Okay. Come on, train. Here, trainy, trainy, trainy. Ooh, we've discovered a new star called Argus. Wonder if it's got a very large catalogue.
Over here.
For people's information, wall drop-offs that we're no longer using have had their train limits set to 0. So even if stuff gets cleared out of them, they shouldn't request a train. So if you're copying, pasting, be aware of that.
Whee! Blue train.
If you select from one of those. The other ones I'm going around setting train limits of 1, so that only one of the ammo trains comes out to them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. No, not going to have nuclear reactors or cargo rocket silos going down the main bus. They're being made off the bus, but not being made on, not being put onto the bus because that would be a bit too crazy even for us. Did I not put outputs in for the rocket tanks? I thought I did, but I might have picked them up and not put them down again. Yeah, they do. Here's the output. They're being put on. They should be being put onto this belt. Yeah, there we go. Got 3 of them. Whee! Dumpty dumpty dum. What fuel am I using? Okay, processed fuel. That should be reasonably quick. It's just a long way to have to go, I guess. I'm worried. I'm heading westbound. Oh, there's a turnaround there. Okay. I was going so far to the west. I was worried that someone had hijacked my train and was going to drop me in the middle of a war zone.
Anything.
Right. Let's go and do some. Right. Firstly, yeah, I can completely understand not being able to see what was there and what was not there, because it was a complete mess of spaghetti over there, and yeah. Of me trying to cram things into silly places. So let's go down here and actually fix the problem first. So the problem is that here, this splitter is feeding onto this belt, so this underground should be there instead, and that will now solve that problem. So we'll just get copper here, and we won't be nicking half of the low density structures to go up this belt here and into the construction facilities up here. However, there is still a little bit left over, so we'll need to come up here and grab those like that. I don't know why that put low density structures into those machines, but sure, it's got them out of my inventory, which is the important thing. So now we have low density structures being made. The problem is, as previously mentioned, we have a massive shortage of copper. Well, we have loads of copper, but it's all going to one place. So that's one of the other advantages of LTN is it will round robin your train. So if you've got lots and lots of places requesting copper, it'll send a train out to the first station, then the second station, then the third station, then the fourth station, and so on. Vanilla Factorio, which is vanilla trains at least, will always feed the closest station. So this one here, it's continuously filling up with copper, although here we seem to have got slight imbalance, but never mind. It's not enough to worry about. This train will now fill up like so, like that, and then this one will head off. Let's select it. No, I said let's select the train. There we go. It will now always go to the red circuit factory over here until the red circuit factory is replete, and it isn't replete. It's not even slightly replete. And the second train pulls in, starts filling up, yada, 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 as trains do, as we all know. So we've got plenty of copper ore coming in. It's just the processing rate, the rate it's being used over here for the red circuits is higher than the rate it's being made at. So, I mean, this train will come over here. It'll drop some more off. Only slightly after the station emptied, so it's doing quite well, but not quite well enough. So, but as we established earlier, these are now completely full. So this is now backed up all the way into here. So all of the red circuits that are being made are now flooding straight out down here to be made into blue circuits. Unfortunately, it takes 6 red circuits to make a blue circuit. So there's a lot of them going in there. And these chests they're filling up slowly, but there's a long way to go there. I think what I might do is come over here and put productivity modules into all of these blue circuit machines because they're so expensive, and that'll help with the amount of red circuits that are being used up. I might actually cut off some of them as well and just get some of them run and we'll see how many productivity modules I have for that, and then get those running a bit more sensibly. Okay, so now I'm going to head back down. Yeah, let's head down there and do that. If I take the train to, no, that's wrong. If I delete the temporaries, if I take my train to here, that's a sensible place. I can get out here, sort out the blue circuits, and then let the train go off on its own. So this will reduce. Oh, I don't have the productivity modules. Oh well, I'm in about. I'll be in about the right place. So yeah, down here somewhere. Turn the lights on. There we go. Somewhere around here, I have a factory that's making productivity modules. Here it is. Prod 2s are being made here. I've got 152 of them because it's a relatively slow process because I've only got one machine making the 1s and one machine making the 2s, so this is only running half the time anyway. Someone's requested a signal receiver. So we've got 152 of them. So I can go up here and I'll put those modules into as many of these machines as I can. And then I'll cut off all the rest of them, so they're only getting, so only some of the machines are running, only the ones with productivity modules are running, and that'll have two effects. On the one hand, it'll cut down the number of red circuits that are able to pass through here because there'll be less demand on them because there'll be fewer machines running, and also those machines will be running slower, so they won't use up as many as they're using up at the moment. And thirdly, we'll also get more blue circuits out for all the red circuits that are going in. So hopefully it'll settle things down a bit. And I think the I think that should be all right. It should help. I forgot to as is traditional, I forgot to tell my train to wait for me to get out when it got there. We do need to find a mod that changes the default effect of a temporary stop or the default rule on a temporary stop from being a 5-second pause to wait that just wait there forever, because this is frustrating. Oh wait, I forgot the prod mods. Do I have any with me? No. Let's go and get them. Prod. Modules and beacons are amazing, and I've only really started using them a bit too late into my last space exploration run. I'd built up everything without really thinking about modules and beacons, and then I realised that if you go in and you put productivity modules in everything, you can get sort of 2 or 3 times the amount of whatever it is that you're expecting, especially when there's many different levels of thing that you're putting the modules into. How's that? Okay, so those are all moduled up now, and we're saving again. Water break. Yeah. I really like the efficiency modules for some of the more hungry. Is there enough for that? For some of the more hungry systems in space. So when you've got something like the particle accelerators that use crazy amounts of power, it's nice to be able to just chuck some efficiency modules in there to make them use a bit less. Right, there we go. Oh no, as Tristan will remind me, that the correct way to do this is to rotate the belts like that, because then you can actually fix it from the navsat without having to wait for bots to go out and fix it for you. So there we go. We'll now see that, yeah, because these machines are now running a bit slower as well. So if you look at this, we've got we've lost 30% of the crafting speed, so we're running at 70% of the normal speed, but we've got a plus 12% productivity. So every 9 times the machines run, also roughly, they'll produce an extra blue circuit. So that's nice. It's not a huge productivity boost, but it's better than nothing. We are using a bit of extra power, sure, but never mind. I've also cut off these 2 belts, so these 3 column. So now we've got half as many machines. They're running at 70% of the previous speed, but they're producing slightly more per red circuit that goes in than they were before. Now I don't know if this is going to be enough of a reduction to cause the circuits to be going into here faster than they're coming out. It's got up to 40, 50. Yeah, okay. The circuits are now, at least when the machines are running, the circuits are now going into here faster than they're being used up by the factory. So that's nice. Appreciate that. So as long as we can keep the copper coming in fast enough, we'll eventually get enough in there. I don't know if this is actually going to make any real difference, because we do just sink the entire copper train straight into the circuit production here. But at the very least, we're getting a 12% boost on production, so I think that's worth having. And I apparently stood on a belt and I'm getting carried away with it.
Mike, for your information, your shelter got destroyed.
Oh, I picked it up.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I saw it was about to get destroyed, so I yanked it out from under the biters, which is a bit scummy, I know, but
Yeah, so you see there's a little bit buffered in here, but it's not enough, and there isn't a train on its way. Well, there's that one, but that's Marc, so it doesn't really count. It's not full of copper. So, right, that's probably not made any difference at all, really. I might manually dispatch the next copper train to the Ooh, there's a okay. It's not a train jam, but it's a train slowdown and congestion and stuff like that.
Oh, a bit of a queue towards the smeltery. Or are you thinking somewhere else?
It was sort of yes, that sort of area. It's just a bit congested. So send that. I want to add in I want to add a station, but not actually add a station. I could send. I want to add. Yeah, I don't know how to do this without making the train do silly things.
Control click to the. Oh, because you only want to send it there once.
Yeah,
But you don't want to send it there now.
I want to send it there once and not now. So yeah, I'll come back in a moment when the train's a little bit fuller and send it up there. Yeah, so I think we've probably got productivity modules in the science labs, because that's a place where you definitely want to have them. That was the first place we put them, and then we've hardly done any research since because we've done it all. So that's completely wasted. But never mind.
They'll be there for next time.
Yeah, but they won't, because there isn't any more. They can't do any more science. Well, there's one more science they can do, because they won't have space science in them.
Well, they'll be there for us to nick to take to the space labs.
Yeah. Yeah, I think possibly disk access or something like that on the server is a little bit slower than it would be on a local machine. I'm not sure why, because they've got all sort of nice NVMe drives and stuff on the servers. But yeah, I've noticed that doing sort of disk access type things like saving and uploading files to the server seems to be a little bit slower. But I think I'll also turn on the asynchronous saving as well once I start fiddling with settings. Did I miss that copper train? No. Excellent. Okay, so it's nearly full. So once it is full, I'll send it to here. Then it'll go into here and unload, because that'll be the nearest station. And then we'll have lots and lots of glorious copper, and therefore a smattering of low density structures. So let's see. Copper stacks up to a copper plate stack is 100. A low density structure stack is 10, and it takes 10 copper to make a low density structure. So actually, a train of copper going in should mean a train of low density structures coming out. I wonder if we have a low density structures train.
Pretty sure. Yes, it's sitting in the drop place for it.
Okay, waiting for there to be a train load available for it to pick up.
Yeah.
Go on, fill up, fill up, fill up, fill up, fill up.
It's
nearly
also
there.
missing 2 fuel, and I don't know why the inserter's not filling it with fuel.
Okay, it's out of reach. I'm in the map mode. I don't think Panda meant that they were only needed for space technologies. I think they're good for both space and on Norvian as well. However, the space ones are so much more expensive and so much more complicated that you tend to want to absolutely maximize your productivity modules there. I think I was using tier 8 productivity modules in my 0.5 run, and I had a couple of tier 9 speed modules to make it run. So I had one single science lab running absolutely blisteringly fast speeds because of the speed modules in a beacon next to it, and then running with massive productivity because it's so expensive. All right, there we go. So now I can look over here.
We have no copper on the bus.
Okay, so the bus station is apparently further away than the. Really, is the bus station really further away than the
yeah, because we moved that turnaround.
Yeah, you're probably. Oh yes. Oh dear. We might have to have a manual drop there as well. Okay, so this
I'm
is
tempted
as.
to put a cut through here.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, probably makes sense actually. Yes, because it could come. Yeah, don't have a. Maybe if you can make. Yes, yeah, exactly. That's right. Yeah, so it's not a turnaround, but it's another way in. I think
Yeah,
that's.
okay.
I think that's probably sensible. Where's my factory? Here it is. So yeah, now we've got the flooding in here because as the train unloads, and then coming up here, and eventually we can start to make more low density structures. Because I think, oh, I'm still missing some bloody long-handled inserters over here. Did I just run out in my personal inventory? I probably did, or maybe I didn't go over that side. But either way, I fixed the actual serious problem, and to be honest, the throughput we're going to be getting here. This isn't actually going to make any difference. The fact that we can't make any above here or above here here doesn't matter because we're not throughput limited by the number of machines making it, even remotely. We're limited by the amount of copper coming in. So now the train's gone. As you can see, we've got a couple of thousand in each of these warehouses, and about 1,000 in this one as well, because this is actually being fed by 8 belts and unloaded by 6. So it does slowly fill up. But then that's all coming up here to be turned into the. In fact, I should set this to have a small. I should fix some of these buffers up here as well, because that should be like that. So this one. Oh dear, that's a lot of plastic. That's where all the plastic's gone. Where has all the plastic gone? There's no steel either. Because Mike's been too busy fighting biters to upgrade the steel smeltery.
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah, I understand it's a lot of.
Look at the area secured, though. I mean.
Oh, there's loads of steel in this buffer chest. There shouldn't be so much in here. Let's get rid of some of that. There we go. In fact, I've got a buffer chest at the top and bottom of here. That's ridiculous. Oh, it's to split this out here. That's why. And you should also not have a.
Thank you, Mark.
There we go. I don't know why I'm not copying and pasting these. And these should be. What was it? We said 2 or 3 trains, didn't we? So 1 train, 2 train, 2 train. I think is probably enough. 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 train. Did I get that right? Yes, I did. Yep, and down here, these are limited. These are limited by the station, so that's okay. I don't need to worry about these. Well, there's quite a lot in there, and not very much in there, but that's okay. That's all right. We've got sensible numbers on here now. We can work through the 37,000 steel that's already in here. Oh dear. And yeah, we can make loads of low density structures, which will go into here, and eventually we'll get up to. We've got 3,100 in here at the moment in total. So it's 5 and 1,000 to 2. That says 2,000. 8. So if this gets to 8,000, then we can call a train, and we've got that set correctly, so that's fine. Oh, it's 50 per stack. I thought it was 10 per stack for some reason. All right, so it's going to take 5 trains worth of copper to make 1 train's worth of low density structures. No wonder we haven't got any through. No, sorry, they don't. Low density structures don't stack at 10 in K2SE Jigsaw. Sorry, I was wrong. I was thinking of. I don't know what I was thinking of. I mean, I know Naquium does, but no, nothing. It seems nothing's quite that bad at this stage.
Rocket fuel is.
Oh, rocket
low.
fuel. Yeah, that's true. Right. Oh, we've got a train's worth of blue circuits apparently, and so the trains come out to pick them all up. That's good. The system works. TM. Oh no, there's the last of the copper going out there. Okay, so we're not going to get any low density structures unless I send a train round manually. I might do that actually. I think, even though it's. Can I send it to a station if even if there's nothing, even if it's not got a thing? Words are hard. Let's find out. If I tell you to, no, I can't. It won't go to an LDS pickup because. There isn't one available because this has got because of the way that's set up. I could artificially set that to, let's do that. When that or at least when the let me try and get my train of thought out. When this copper has gone through and all been turned into low density structures, I'll come in here. I'll artificially set this to the train limit to 1 for a moment, so the train will come out and pick up the stuff from there, and then I can send it back again. Will we get to space this stream? Oh, I don't know. At this rate, I mean, the low density structures is taking quite a long time to produce and get ready. So that's the limiting factor now. We've got the rocket launch silo thing. We've got most of the stuff I need. Oh, thank you for the sub, Tristan. Got the most of the infrastructure in place to get the rocket sections together. So, we won't have fuel either, but we do have rocket fuel being produced. So, there's not a huge amount more to do, but maybe we'll get there. Maybe we won't. No promises. How's the copper's still flowing? I'll come back to that. So what I do need to do though is start getting everything together over here so we can start actually trying to make the rocket sections. Because it's no good having all the bits and pieces if we're not doing anything with them. So over here, these tanks are pretty slow to make. I think I'm going to need a lot more of all of this in order to make the tanks and the no tanks a bit quicker. So let's put that there. We're going to. Is it lined up with? That's not lined up with anything. Let's line it up with the stuff that's supposed to be there. There we go. So we need to make rocket sections. Are they in here? No. Oh, and I'm going to need to make a space capsule as well. That's another thing to think about. Are they an intermediate? Yes, they are intermediate. So let's bring low density structures up. Put them on this belt here. So we'll bring that down and low density structures up here. So then we've got 2 belts coming along here like this. With the first 2 inputs. We'll move that across because I can't count. Put that back down again. So that's low density structure coming on this. We've got that one, got that one, got that one. So it's just the heat shielding we need now on the other side. So bring that in here. That's going to be easy because we have loads of it. And then we can bring the other parts out. The rocket parts can actually come out here. Does anyone have any preference for where we put the rocket silo, or should I just bung it on the bus here because that's where everything's being built for it?
As an initial temporary one.
Maybe
seems fine.
south of the bus.
There is nothing more permanent than a temporary thing. South of the bus means it will then get in the way of any expansions that happen on the bus. So
But I mean, it's temporary, right?
You say that.
Temporary
it
in
won't...
that it's not going to be
You said that.
used long term.
I didn't say
but
that.
not temporary in that it's going to be deconstructed.
I see. We'll be using it for a good while for every time we want to go to a new planet. Until we actually get spaceships. So we'll be using delivery cannons for cargo, yes, but we'll also be using rockets to get us to places to set up.
Leave more space around it than you expect, but and put it slightly higher up off the bus than you expect.
That's also very good advice. Yeah, last time I had not a nightmare, but I put in lots of blocking the way. I tried to put in all of the space belt and space pipe and stuff like that construction around it, and it ended up getting a bit cramped,
crowded.
Yeah. So yes, I shall leave a lot of space. That is good advice. There we go. Now, I recommend going and reading some Heinlein, because The Moon is a Harsh Mistress was sort of the opposite of that. They built railguns on the moon for delivering resources back to Earth, which makes a lot more sense. But actually, there is a company called Spin Launch who I'd recommend looking into, because they've got this crazy idea of building essentially a wheel with a vacuum inside it and an arm inside it. Sorry, a round building with a vacuum inside it and an arm that spins, and you put your spacecraft on the end of the arm. You spin it round and round and round and round and round and faster and faster and faster and faster and faster, and eventually at the right point, when it's pointing towards the horizon, or pointing appropriately, you let go of it. It punches out through through the vacuum shield, and then that is supposed to be enough to just yeet the thing into orbit. It's a pretty crazy idea. But
the obvious problem is that it'll immediately encounter a full-strength atmosphere and burn up.
Maybe it's going to be pointy. I don't know, but they claim they seem to be fairly serious about it. To put it that way.
It's not the pointiness that matters.
True. But yeah, I mean yes, that is the obvious. There are 2 major potential issues with it. One is that you're going to have massive G-forces on it as you're accelerating it up, and the other one is that, yes, as you say, it's going to have a massive aerodynamic forces on it as it tries to leave. So it's an interesting idea. I'm not sure I'd want to invest in it myself, but it's an interesting idea, and certainly, it's fun to hear people playing with ideas like this. Oh, no, not you. Ah. Don't you hate it when you get stuck in sort of and you're not quite sure whether you're in navsat view or map view, and it's just rage.
Whatever you press, it's just going to move you to another
Yeah,
intermixed one.
whatever you press, it's going to be wrong. Yeah, I mean, you can't use it for launching everything. It needs to be something that can survive being swung round and round in circles really, really hard, and you need to solve the problem of it hitting the atmosphere at an incredible at its escape velocity, which is going to be extremely tricky. But if they can sort those problems out, then maybe. Or were you referring to the railgun on the moon? I mean, there's no reason you can't launch things with a railgun from the moon because there's no atmosphere there to worry about. Granted, yes, you need to make sure whatever it is going to be capable of surviving the landing on Earth. So you wouldn't want to. Yeah, it'd be like the delivery cannon in Factorio. You'd only really be able to launch raw resources with it. You wouldn't sending out anything that's a little bit more fragile probably wouldn't work. So no transporting green circuits around. But yeah, I mean, I think Mike is probably right. Mark it on calendar. But I think the G-forces of the launch are probably going to be the biggest problem for spin launch. Sorry, not the G-forces. The G-forces and the and hitting the atmosphere at a goodness knows what. I don't know what speed it would have to be. Maybe they're launching. Maybe this thing.
Low Earth orbit is 8 kilometers a second.
Right. Yeah. Maybe it's going to be they're going to be throwing rockets out with it. And therefore it's going to, so you're going to have, it's just sort of give the first stage is a spin launch, and then you have a rocket to sort of to help you out when you start to run out of speed as you go through the I don't know, I can't remember. I would have to go off and watch the videos and read the things again. Scott Manley did a video on it a little while back, and I think he talked about all of these as being sort of obvious potential issues, because they are indeed obvious potential issues. But it's an interesting idea. I like interesting ideas, even if they're not entirely practical. Copper's still going into the low density structure machines. Yeah, maybe they're another thing that should be productivity moduled. Oh, we've made a rocket section! Hurrah! Right. So what goes into the pod thing, the capsule? Low density structure, rocket control units, solar panels, accumulators, solid rocket fuel, glass, and heat shield. Joy.
I mean, it's a self-contained thing that can launch you to
It's true.
to
It
space
is.
and back.
Yes, I can see why it requires lots of stuff, but it's just, oh dear. And we still haven't made the jets, the thruster suits, or the life support module machines that'll allow us to make them. I don't think. Pretty sure that was on my sort of that's a complicated thing to make. I can't be bothered right now list. Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of
any
rocket control modules being
suggestions
made
where
here.
to do Covarex?
Where's a neat place? I guess this branch is fairly clear.
Easier to build space capsule factory near the satellite.
Go there.
Down here, if you
That's a
prefer.
point. Yeah. The satellites take a lot of the same. Well, here's where we're making satellites, and it's also a bit of a nightmare. But yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'll
'cause
go to the LDS.
Red, low density structure. There's a lot of overlap.
Leave a
isn't
gap for the mineral water just in case we need it.
Yeah, sure.
And the oil up above that I've marked but not
So
put anything on because it's 3 things.
yes, low density
4
structures,
things.
rocket control
Just got
units,
a
solar
copper train
panels,
on the
accumulators, solid
bus.
rocket fuel.
Is it a manual
glass.
one or an automatic one?
It's just
Automatic, I think.
yeah,
that would be the
tiles, and
closest
they're right
now.
here. That's an excellent idea. Shame it's in the wrong place. Well, actually, you don't need a huge number of those. So let's make those. Let's consider those to be man portable for now, shall we? You just bring them. You just go and get them when you need them. Can I put this in here? Yes, I can. Good thinking. Thank you, Jigsaw. That's an excellent idea. Because all of the stuff I need is basically over there. It's just going to make things a lot easier. How much rocket fuel have I got? Plenty. Yeah, this is the sort of thing where bots would probably be just about forgivable because it's transporting a small number of things over a relative distance. So I would just about be okay with using bots for this, I think, in theory.
What happens when the whole team works on solving one problem, says Dastra? I think the correct answer to that is chaos.
Yes, pretty much. We'll all probably try and do different things at the same time, and yeah, there's a reason we're all working on different problems at the same time, because that way
Usually ends up with us running around in circles, tearing each other's stuff up and putting it down properly.
when in trouble, when in doubt, run in circles, scream and shout.
Mm-hmm. Probably Mark's flying along, and there's one of his bots going afterwards. They go, "Wait for me, please! I want to live."
There we go. It's going to be a bit more fuel for my thrusters. So let's put that in there. Yeah, that does cover nearly everything. That one there.
What we saw, Dastra, in our previous run through when we were doing biter clearing as a group, is that you'd end up with one person trying to lead, and it did change, trying to lead the biters to kill the other person who's helping them.
Which will come
That
as
was
no
usually
surprise
you,
to anyone
wasn't
who's
it?
watched us playing.
I didn't say it was always the same person or like always exactly even. I just said that it did vary. He was doing what? Yeah, just throw it out there.
Oh,
I thought it was
run out
always
of
you.
infantry.
But not always, just sometimes.
Hmm.
I mean, like 80% of the time, maybe, out of 4 of us. But that's not the point. It's fine.
Right. So it's spaghetti time. I should have brought this down. Oh, never mind. More spaghetti. Wait, that's wrong. I can't even spaghetti right. This then actually, yeah, I have to come down here.
Things have suddenly sped up rather a lot, like very noticeably.
Huh.
Oh no, never mind. Slowed it right down again. Never mind. Just me having a little burst.
I think that's your PC because I haven't noticed anything.
Fair enough.
Are you also running around combating and
No.
stuff? Why am I not being brought red inserters? There aren't any red inserters available yet. They're getting built. WTF? Where are we making inserters these days? Is it still over here somewhere? Yeah, there's a box full of 200 of them over here. Why am I not being brought in? Have I turned my bot thing off again? I have. How did that? This keeps every so often this gets turned off, and I'm not really sure why. Because I don't think I did it myself, but it's possible. Well, I mean, I probably did, but I don't remember doing it myself. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I could put capsules onto the main bus and run them over to the spaceship, the rocket area that way. That'd be quite good. Right, so how are we doing with ingredients now? The low density structures are around here somewhere, but I've no idea where. Pick up that rocket fuel.
No, Kovarex,
Oh,
nope.
they come onto this belt. Ah, so I need this belt as well.
Oh no, we haven't unlocked Kovarex yet, right? Only the uranium processing, which produces iron and stone.
Right, so what I'm going to do here is, as usual, going to be spaghetti.
Oh, yeah.
So
The uranium processing produces iron and stone.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
uranium ore has a bit of iron and stone in it,
Oh,
accidentally.
good.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Well, got to deal with it. but
There we go.
otherwise
Here's
good.
all the stuff I was missing. Right,
Which
that's
glass? It sounds like a standard filter system.
glass and heater shield.
Not that hard.
Where's glass? There's glass. And heat shielding
Just got to
around here
ship it off.
somewhere. Heat shielding's over there. Oh, don't do that. And then put that. Right, and red chest. Red chest. Space capsules, lesson 5. Okay, right, I'm going to wait for that to build and go to the loo. So I shall be back in a moment.
Have fun.
I'll try.
Just pay attention for a second. I was thinking of ways to troll Laurence. Oh, it's such a long way. But I'm right next to the train station, so that's not so bad. Oh dear. Right. That's just really not that bad.
Just one more, and you're in double digits.
Of deaths?
Yeah, today.
Oh, today, right? Oh, wow. I was like, I'm fairly sure I've like passed 10 already. But today, that's different. I've had a few spots of basically just very, very sluggish performance, which I don't think is anything to do with the server. In fairness, I'm happy with that's all on my end. But that's unfortunate when you're fighting biters.
Yeah.
Your health bar suddenly just drops 2/3 because you've been standing in good and didn't realise. Like just in a single tick.
Yeah. That's not helpful.
Hmm. Yeah, well. What I need to do is to die in a pattern that makes a smiley face on the map. Yeah, mess it a bit.
I think it's quite fun to build like this as well. It's yeah, it's a bit. It is a bit of a nonsense, and it's a horrible tangle of belts, but it's sort of fun to do. Sort of fun. There we go. Right. So how are we doing? Have you got everything you need? Yes, you've got everything you need except low density structures, and the accumulators are coming through slowly, but that's fine. We're not going to need a lot of these capsules, I don't think, because are we deciding we're going to try and minimise rocket use, haven't we? Is that correct? Does everyone concur?
Yeah, sure.
No.
Oh. All right. Only Mark's going to be using rockets. Gotcha. What was I?
You realise that means we'll have full rocket reusability and everything researched in about 3 days.
3 days of
streams.
game time, presumably. Because I know how much the research is required for all of those things. All right, I'm going to call out a set a train limit manually to 1, and cause that's there we go. The train is on its way. Can I now set the train limit again, and will it still come here? Yes, it will. I think. Because I think we've tested this before. Right.
Yeah, train limit won't stop trains that are already on their way.
Cool. Right. Okay. So that means we're now going to have some low density structures put onto the bus. However, now we have run out of both copper and steel on the bus. And what are those? Little electric motors. Okay.
I want to go back and do the steel upgrade, but at the same time aware that if I don't, it's quarter to 11 now, and I need to get this done.
Yeah. Concrete needs boosting seriously.
I'm just clearing worms right now. I could just skip them for now. Like, it's a pain for later, but...
Yeah, and worms aren't the end. Having worms isn't the end of the world.
Being from experience, are you?
So I have heard. Oops. Where's the pylon? There's the pylon. I'm going to seriously increase the concrete production because it can't keep up.
Right, I may have
Someone just flew over with a torch.
Ghost scanner. Oh, you just south of the... I didn't get that near you. So maybe someone else.
I'm in map mode, so...
Oh, okay, yeah, maybe me then.
I was just
I may have a thing for a ghost scanner. and so you can request a construction train.
It's genuinely really easy clearing biters when you're flying over the water and it's like a coastal biter nest.
Yeah, that does sound a little bit imbalanced, as they say. Are you just going down the side there? Just yeah, thatting them.
Yeah, have a look.
Yeah, I am. It's
Just
almost not.
happily, you know.
It's not very sporting of you.
Good.
Just wait till he runs out of jetpack fuel and lands
We
on one
did
of those
just get
little
shot down
islands.
and land in the water and have to crawl out onto the island. So
Yeah, but like, yeah.
yeah, it's not a particularly big deal. I like how the worm spit leaves little splashes in the water as it lands.
But yeah, there's some really cool thought put into the art design
Yeah.
of the game.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Am I safe there? No, I'm not. Am I safe here? Yes, right. Okay, let's have an actual look what's going on.
You're getting
3
wet feet. That's what's
spawners
going
left. The very first time I ever played with the jetpack, I was genuinely petrified of landing in the water.
on. What is really annoying is when you run out of fuel and land inside a building and can't get out. Or if you just land inside a building without running out of fuel and you're a bit stuck and you have to move and you have to sort of walk out of it. Why are these?
Oh, if you did that
there?
in a spaceship, you wouldn't be able to take off again. If you phase through the wall into a building.
Yes, that's true.
Oh, that's an entire nest clearly.
You'd have to demolish the building. Yeah, these aren't doing
so
anything anymore.
It's a very late game gun, which I've got through a weapons cache. So
Oh, inventory's full.
even so, it is a stupid OP gun.
Yeah, but eventually you'll run out of ammunition for it, I suppose.
How are you doing on that front?
Got 112 things left because I'm being quite sparing about when I use it.
Okay.
Oh, that was close.
Where are they also being put? Oh, there. Okay. Right. can't. Do you need iron? Yes, you do. Okay, so I can't squeege. I can't squeege another machine in here without some extreme spaghetti. So that's probably. Oh, it'll do. We've made approximately no. Oh, we've not made any because we haven't got any low density structures yet. Speaking of low density structures, has my train come in? I don't know where are low density structures. There. Have they all just poured down the bus and disappeared? No. Did they get taken somewhere else? What? Where have those low density structures gone? Oh, the train's waiting until it's full. There we go. That'll be why nothing's happened. Yeah, there we go. So the train's just sitting here going, I'm not full. I'm just wait here. So I'll tell it not to. There we go. A little bit of manual poking. Hey, Black Guru. Welcome to the stream. Right, so yeah, that's... Oh, I see somebody's building another town and I have no idea what it's for.
It's for dashes.
Yes. Okay.
He's got 1 input and 4 outputs. It's clearly a productive town.
Yeah. Maybe it's bringing in iron and passing out iron gears, iron poles, iron beams, and iron napper.
Did you say what you were doing while Laurence was away, Mark, or is he just not listening?
No, he's not listening.
Either is possible.
What has Mark been asking about recently, Laurence? He's only just got that has lots of byproducts as an output.
Oh, right. Yes. Okay. Nuclear.
There you go.
By the way, Mark, if you're building it up as a blueprint and then wanting all the stuff, you can use the blueprint scanner now, and with a signal transmitter, you can have it request. There is a blueprint for the blueprint scanner station in the blueprint book.
Okay, cool.
Now short of red circuits. That's weird.
It is currently untested, and I have actively not linked the blue chest up, the strongbox here.
Oh yeah, I see.
That needs linking to the top decider
Yeah,
combination on the
testing,
right hand
yeah.
side to actually activate it, but basically want to keep an eye on it for the first.
The scanner, the blueprint scanner?
It doesn't request that stuff because you need that stuff to use it to
No,
request
I
stuff.
mean it's produced on the bus, so I can
There is one
go
available
scanner. Yeah.
because I built it to copy it. and
We are
test it.
currently, as you can see at the top of the screen here, we are 37.5 hours into the playthrough. And because there's 4 of us, that means we're in theory we're about 150 hours in a manner of speaking. Why are we short of red circuit? Ooh. Red circuits. What the diddly? Oh, the red circuit bus is going the wrong way because the red circuit bus has not been fixed to bring red circuits in from the bus. Huh.
Oh, it's the start of it's been done, but then
Yeah. Okay. I'll. Oh, are you fixing that? No. Okay.
can
No, it's
do.
not you. No, I just saw I saw a load of bots fly over with some belts, but that wasn't. Yeah, that wasn't you.
That was me, but that was for something else.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll abandon the. I'll remove the production of red circuits on the well, or at least feed the production of red circuits on the bus the other way because it obviously isn't keeping up. It's just silly. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'll deal with it.
I'll let you place that last belt then.
Oh, hang on. I can do this more efficiently than this, can't I? Is it navsat mode where you can just turn things around?
You'd have to do each one individually, so no.
Really?
Swiping across it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right, I'll swipe it with bots. Can do it then. Fine.
Yeah.
I don't care.
They only have to fly out to it and touch it,
Boop
basically.
Yeah. You think one bot could then just fly along the entire row and do the whole thing, wouldn't you? But
You'd think.
okay, there's a point there where I need to turn it round, so that needs to go there. So now
Oh no.
it's going to make me dig up the transport belt.
Oh. Double digits.
Today.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, I've got a long and dangerous walk to go and get my stuff back.
Oof, yeah.
Oh, you died in a particularly dangerous place this time.
There's worms in the way, which are just going to be pesky.
Yeah.
Undo the last one. All right, let's have a look at where. Oh yeah. There's a few biters around there. If you
Those will clear off.
Yeah, probably. And
Give
with
them
long
that
reach,
time.
that's not that long reach. That's manageable, I think, because you can be over in the stone patch that you're out there trying to liberate and probably grab it from there. So, but yeah, that's quite a long way. Well done.
Yep.
Right. So here, okay, that's rotated itself. That's helpful. Oh, and that's it then. Good. Right. Red circuits are now. Oh no, they're not. There's a gap. There we go. Red circuits are now working properly. Just a bit of flow to catch up. Right. Yeah, depending on... personally, I think you're probably best off playing space exploration without Krastorio² first, and then moving over to doing both together. And it's up to you. It comes down to how masochistic you are, really, because there's quite a lot of complication added by Krastorio². It does make it significantly harder. And so I'm quite glad that there's 4 of us working on this. If it was just me on my own, I don't know. I'd probably have just about. I don't know. Actually, I'd probably have still have much more basic smelting. I'd be a little bit earlier on. I wouldn't have advanced some of the things quite so much. But and I'd probably still be about 2 science packs in. So
Yes, seriously, you'd be about, let's call it, a third of the way through. Because the fact there's 4 of us doesn't mean that we're literally progressing 4 times as fast, because it means that there's an element of we do things on a bigger scale because there are 4 of us.
yeah, and maybe I wouldn't have got quite so carried away with some of the stuff. I don't know. It's hard to say, really. But yeah, I think we'd have. I wouldn't be anything like as far on. Maybe I'd still be struggling with yellow science, or maybe I'd still be a bit further back on grey science or blue science. I don't know. But there's a lot of intermediate stuff that needs to be done. Or maybe I think to an extent I probably wouldn't have bothered upgrading the smelting to enriched yet, for example. So I'd be smelting on a smaller scale and doing things on a smaller scale, and I wouldn't have upgraded stuff quite as far.
One of the factors is because there's 4 of us, we've cleared out the biters a lot more thoroughly.
That's true. Yeah, I tend to
So
not be quite so good about clearing biters out. So I would
that
have
would
ended up with
wouldn't have been
a
done.
because I'd have ended up with a lot more
You
attacks
spent a
happening.
lot more time clearing out the biters because you haven't spent time clearing out the biters, essentially.
Yeah, also true. Yeah, I'd probably played more reactively as well. Is what I think I was trying to get at. Let's try that and then see how much more needs to be done. So put that there. Okay, then we need a belt going up like
Right.
that. We don't need
Ugh.
that. We need a belt going up there. We need an underground there. Yeah, I think that's probably good. So next time the copy and paste will be really easy for however many more of these I find out I need. No, we're not looking for more people to join us at this point. Where we think we've got a good number and a team who seem to work reasonably well together without too much squabbling, or at least hopefully any good squabbling. And you can play it single player. I did space exploration without Krastorio² single player, and it took me a couple of 100 hours and a couple of years to do it, but I mean that was because I was only playing once a week because of the streaming. Now, if you played a bit more, then obviously you probably get through it a bit quicker.
Tristan, would you mind
Thank you,
building a
Fritz.
uranium
Much
train?
appreciated. Oh, another German. Welcome,
A what train,
or
sorry?
possibly goodbye to this. Goodbye from the stream since you sounds like you're leaving. But thank you for joining.
Oh yes, okay, yeah.
Yeah, Mike has been doing Mark to a lesser extent. I think you mean Mike has been doing lots of dying in the cause of biter clearance. You're quite right. And I don't know whether there's
Done.
any chance of it working, but it's possible that if you go onto the space exploration Discord and say you're looking for people to play with, there might be other people who are also looking for people to play with. I don't know. I haven't tried, but it's possible they exist.
I am very, very confident that if you do that, you will find people who are interested in, say, a multiplayer game.
It does sound likely because I feel. Ooh, there's my low density structures starting to come through. Yeah, it seems likely because I feel you can't be the only person who's looking for some people to do a multiplayer run with. Now it's it sounds like a good idea, worth looking. Yeah, to be honest, I mean I know them both a bit better than you do, I imagine, and I stumble over the similarity in the names as well, so I can completely forgive that one, madman.
It's because I have a beautiful Bremen accent, whereas Mark sounds like he's a thicko from Manchester.
Yeah.
It is known. I was going to say I have no idea what a Bremen accent sounds like, but someone's just going to point out that it's what
Well,
Mark sounds like.
you've heard Mike, right?
Quite. Right. What am I thinking? Right. So maybe what we should be doing here is splitting the bus off so it runs off in a completely different direction, like due south, except there's a copper mine in the way, and then just having the entire area to the east be for miscellaneous spacey nonsense. But I think, as we said, I'll leave a decent amount of room. I think what I did last time that worked reasonably well was I had a sub bus come off the main bus that was carrying all the stuff in that was needed for making into all of the rocketry and spacey stuff. But actually, I think that's probably not so necessary. What we are going to want is a system that allows us to automate loading into the cargo rocket, because I think, well, actually, no. If we're going to if we are just going to use what do we call it? Delivery cannons for everything. There's not going to be that much of that, is there? There's not going to be that much shipping, or do we still want to bulk ship raw materials up from Norvis to Norbit with a rocket? I don't know. I'm sort of spitballing and hypotheticalizing a bit, and I'm not coming to any actual conclusions.
Yeah, there are obviously benefits of both ways.
I know at this
drawbacks of
stage
both
delivery
ways.
cannons are cheaper, assuming what holds in vanilla
Yeah.
space exploration holds here, which I have no reason to assume it doesn't. until we get 50% rocket reusability. Which, if we intend to not really use rockets, maybe we'll never get there because we won't bother with that research because it's just expensive. Unnecessary expense. Alright, there's the rocket parts being passed up there. I'm still waiting for those low density structures to come through. Okay, Persistent. Well, thanks for joining the stream, and we'll see you next week. And then there'll be lots of, and of course, there's lots of videos, as you're well aware, to catch up on. And there'll be even always more to come to tell you about what's happened in the stream since you left. So we're going to need a fuel processing facility here somewhere. So we're going to need to feed in liquid rocket fuel, which is this stuff, and that comes out of barrels. But alternatively, it comes out of a we can use a fuel. There's two types of fuel refinery. There's a Krastorio one and a space exploration one, and they use the same amount of power, but the space exploration one produces slightly less. Well, produces about half the amount of pollution. What do they like to make? Iron gear, pipe, steel plate, greens. I suppose it doesn't really matter. They're both relatively cheap to make. And the recipe's the same either way, so let's sort of fly around and see if I can find anywhere where there's lots of useful ingredients around that I could just make them from. What have we got here? No small engines, no glass. No, let's have a look in there again. Was it? I mean, it's showing up in here, but maybe we can't make them. That's a good point. Let's check that out. There's the K2 fuel refinery, and there's no SE one. So yeah, you're quite right. Thank you for pointing that out, or I might have gone off and tried to build the other one and then got very confused. So iron, green, and steel. Iron, well, steel, iron, but no green. At least not the right type, not the right shade of green. I don't really want to build it here because I'll probably want more of these. But I've got the iron, I've got the green, I'm sure there's steel in here somewhere. Oh, I don't want to build. No, I don't want to build in here because I want to be able to expand this, as and when I realise I've not made remotely enough whatever this is for the space stuff. So let's go over this way a bit.
How far off are the improved recipes for those things?
What do you mean by those things? The space parts, spaceship parts, rocket parts. Sorry.
Yeah.
Beryllium.
Because that's. Is it just have beryllium, or is it?
Yes, I believe. I'll check. I'll citation need myself, but I believe it's. Yeah, it's exactly the same recipe, but you feed in 8 beryllium plates and you get 2 out on the other side, so it is just beryllium plates.
But the research for that.
Oh, the research for it. Sorry.
So, as in, when would we be able to switch to it? Because that was basically the point when I turned it into a town in my solo run.
Yeah, same. Come think of it. There we go. Beryllium cargo rocket structure is. So we need to do the industrial furnace, cryonite processing, beryllium processing, and beryllium cargo rocket sections. But it doesn't require any additional sciences other
Basically,
than
it is beryllium then. It's a little further, but
it's beryllium and
fundamentally
then one more research. Yes, yeah. But if we end up not really using cargo rockets, then I suppose we might as well. But at that point, it's just chuck in a little bit of beryllium in next to it, and it'll be okay.
Yeah. You might need to fight Marc about that. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. So Marc, we'll rather than fight, let's approach it very logically. What's your reasoning for wanting to use cargo rockets?
I mean, it's like, in my opinion, it's quite efficient to have a big load of something to ship somewhere and not like have this dribble.
Efficiency, it's until you've got 50% rocket reusability research, it is actually cheaper to ship stuff by delivery cannon than by cargo rocket. But once you've got
Material-wise or fuel-wise, yeah.
and it doesn't take any fuel.
Yeah, no, but well, I'll do some math on the weekend and
Okay.
we'll discuss it then.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm happy to be convinced. If there are definitely reasons to do things one way or the other, and I'm happy to be convinced. But I am also aware. Here we go. Here's most of the things I need. Also aware that what am I aware of? I'm also aware that there's a big logistics overhead to using cargo rockets. Whereas if you just have a little facility building the delivery cannon pods on each planet you go out to, they can be more or less self-sufficient probably off a core miner.
Yeah.
Part of it will depend on how you price different resources.
Yes, that's true. But I think all of the
Which-
I think I'm trying to count. I'm counting mundane resources because there's no exotic resources required for either. Although actually I suppose beryllium does more or less almost halve the cost of the rockets.
I
So
think you can do the same for iridium with the
that's true. Yes. So yeah,
launching
maybe if you
thing.
ship iridium up, you might want to then delivery cannon iridium to everywhere. That's a fair point, which adds a little bit to the complexity, but also reduces a little bit from the cost. So
Tristan, the uranium drop-off station's kind of not working. Could you have a look, please?
Yep.
Oh, there. I got it. I think. Maybe, yes.
yeah, so I think it's definitely going to be cheaper to
it's on its way now.
to use the advantage of the cargo rocket is that it carries over a massive quantity of stuff in one go, which is convenient and means you get faster throughput.
Yeah, in my run, I had like pre-set up rockets to each planet, and with automatic, requesting everything that's needed there, from resources
Right.
to building materials. So
Yeah, and it can be done, but
and
it's
a robot network, so you can expand planetary builds without ever going there. And from your run, you always had, oh no, I missed something. You request a new rocket, you have to go there, and that's
yeah.
So you had rocket per place rather than rocket per
yes,
resource.
yeah, rocket per place.
Yeah, I mean, I think the latter problem is more down to my terrible memory and just inability to organize
No, but
myself.
that happens, and if you you'd only have to wait like 10 minutes till the next rocket launches anyway, so it doesn't really bother you.
I'm not sure. I'm not convinced by that because why would you have rockets coming out to a planet to your planet that's just mining beryllium, for example?
Actually, to deliver rocket fuel.
I suppose delivering rocket fuel by rocket. Yes, I mean, could be done.
I have an oil planet where you just
Yeah.
Or cargo sections for
or
the
cargo
rockets coming
sections,
back
yeah,
out.
exactly.
Yeah, but then those don't come out very often. In theory, unless you're doing something very well. Yeah, that's my theory. Yeah, I basically it comes down to I felt from my last run that I was a bit fed up with the logistics required to keep the rockets running, and so I thought it'd be interesting to try and just skip them completely. So part of it is in a bit like we're not using LTN because I thought it'd be interesting. I was thinking that I didn't want to use rockets next time because again, yeah, it seemed like an interesting challenge. So I'm not fixated. I would be reasonably happy to, especially if somebody else is handling the rocket logistics, then I'm not too bothered. But I was sort of approaching it with the intent of just using the delivery cannons.
I mean, you're the boss, so.
Yes, but I like to think of myself as a benevolent dictator.
You certainly add the tater on to what the rest of us think.
At least you think I'm benevolent.
Eh.
I thought you were the potato anyway.
No, I used to have a potato. Actually, technically, I still do have it. It's what I use to moderate stream and things like that.
Oh, true.
It's just about fast enough for that.
We do have an interesting point is brought up here by Black Guru. He's saying that because you can't ship all of the stuff with the delivery cannons, processed goods are more compact. So my calculations per stack break down a little bit at that point. However, I tend to mostly think about delivering raw resources back to my central processing area. So I'd be shipping iridium ingots or possibly iridium core fragments, depending on how we go with that, because that's something to think about as well. Back from my iridium planet to a central processing area, and then from there we'd deal with it. However, but yeah, so that it's a fair point that you save a certain amount of what's it all stopped? You save a certain amount of logistic effort. Are there what? Are there more than 50 fuel processors in the logistics system already?
Almost certainly, yeah.
Fuel refineries, sorry. Oh, I didn't realise we had fuel refineries being made. Dope. I've just made them
Are
again.
you
Oh yeah, they're
making
over
fuel
there.
refineries?
Dope. Fail. Right.
They're probably made by you.
Oh, almost certainly. I don't know if I've mentioned. I can't remember if I've told you this, but I don't have a very good memory. Oh, I didn't want that. No, I do want that. Give me that back.
I've gone through almost 100 railgun ammos this stream.
Jeez.
Is that, and how many shots are in each ammo? Is that magazines?
That's magazines, yeah.
Right. That seems like a lot. How many do you have in total?
92 left.
Right. Okay. So you can do that. You can almost do this again, but then
Yep.
that's going to be it, and we're going to have. Hopefully, we'll have artillery or have started getting iridium, so we can make our own railgun ammo by that point.
Yeah. I mean, in fairness, look at the size of the area that's been cleared out. You know, we had our boundary there at the start and there at the start of the stream.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So we're effectively out to kind of here. I mean, yes, it's not totally secure, but
yeah,
it's well on the way.
it is definitely on the way. I mean, there are one of your pings was basically on a massive biter nest, so
Yeah.
I suspect that you would probably clearing out the area that to put in a wall across there and across there, or even down, or even more so down there. I think would take the rest of your ammunition, based on what you're saying.
Maybe.
Um,
Bearing in mind that it was quite compact quantities of biters by the time I actually end up having to deal with it through the middle.
yeah, exactly. But I think artillery isn't a million miles off once we get to space. No, artillery is just space science. So that's and there's a funny thing. Oh, it's an artillery shell. It's just a different graphics. Okay. Yeah. So artillery shell is now only gated behind space science, so we can potentially do that without in the not too distant future.
Way.
That is a pretty different shell.
Yeah.
Suppose it shows that it's explosive. Got the red tip.
Yeah. Do they? Oh no, they're a slightly different color in. Why hasn't this been placed in other? Have I not? I thought I built cargo rocket launch things, or were they waiting for something? Cargo rocket silos. Here we go. What's going on here? Why are you not inserting? Insert if less than what? Oh, there's no radars. Oh, okay. Well, here's some radars. I must have taken them out for strategic, something else purposes. So that machine is running flat out. It's just a slow recipe. So I think in that case, I don't know why I did that. I'll copy that. We'll have some more of these. We don't need this many pylons in there though, so we'll get rid of that one. And that one. Probably. No, we need that top one. Well, we don't, but we need it to be up here.
Tristan, could you fix the uranium mine at the core processing?
Yes. I'm going to assume that your issue with it is that it doesn't have green inserters.
If you have free space in the cargo
No.
rocket, consider filling it with various
Yeah,
raw
I'll
materials or materials to make space platform scaffold. Right. Thank you, Informatron. So we've now discovered rockets, cargo rockets. Where are cargo rockets? Blah 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 blah. I think we already know all of this. Well, I think some of us already know all of this. I'm not going to read through it on stream. Don't worry. So how's my exploration journal going? Not very. We've just launched a satellite and discovered a weapons cache, which Mike went off and grabbed about 2 weeks ago, maybe 3. So that's there's nothing new in there from building this, but maybe there will be once we've launched it.
In fairness, I did say several times to you, do you want the weapons cache?
You did. I just was. I
Listen.
thought you would. No, it's not that I wasn't listening. Well, I probably wasn't listening. I thought no, I wasn't. No, I wasn't listening to you. You're quite right. I was listening to. I was listening to Stream, who I thought were telling me were talking about the weapons cache that was in orbit.
I even pinged it.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't listening to you.
Yeah.
We've established this. If that's less than 100, then put them in. Why am I being brought radars? Oh, because I've got a logistics request for them. Okay, let's get rid of that. And do that in case they go away. Right, I'll put these radars in somewhere useful, like... Where was it? Was it that one? Yes, it was that one. Oh, it's taken them... How many radars did it take to make one of these things? Oh, it's 10 it's 10 radars to make one of these, not one. Okay, that
Quarter past 11 morning, by the way.
Okay. I'm probably at a reasonably good place to think about stopping, so maybe I'll not start any new major things.
Okay. I can stop whenever. I'm just shooting biters.
I need to rearrange the station, but
Okay.
other
Well,
than
I'll
that,
give you a few minutes, and I'll have a look
stop
around, so talk about sort of things I've been up to so far this stream.
well, I'm going to let this run as it is until we're about to stop, and then I'll rearrange it.
Right. Okay. So yes, got a cargo. So for whoever put money on, no, they're not going to get to space this stream. Yeah, quite right. We didn't actually get to space this stream. Sorry about that. We'll keep working on it though. I do need to get rocket fuel over here. Now there is rocket fuel not very far away. Actually no, there's rocket fuel quite a long way away. I think I'm going to put in another station for that. So we'll have a copy of this over here. And it can pass the rocket fuel down here. We'll refine it, put it into the rocket, and that's probably going to be potentially useful. We may end up with more stations here for things that want to be loaded straight into the rocket and aren't on the bus. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. So yeah, we've got the rocket silo. We've started building the rocket, and by started building it, I mean we've put in 35 of the cargo rocket sections. But this GUI looks slightly different. We've probably made some space capsules actually. Let's have a look and see if I can remember where it was I was making it was. Oh, it's carrying a... Why is that logistics bot carrying a red cable? Maybe it's bringing one to me. I don't know. Okay, so we're trying to make these things over here. It is making it. It's just doing it. It just takes forever to make it. I'm sure that's slower than it was in vanilla space exploration. I'm not sure actually, but it feels slower than I remember it being. But I don't really care because there'll be one in there before the rocket's ready. So that's good. We can build the rocket. We can get the fuel in. And we will then have everything we need for the rocket. And we can go to Norvis orbit. We'll need some fuel, but sure, that's okay. We can deal with that. So we're almost ready to go. Hurrah! And then once we've sent someone up there, we can put down a rocket landing pad for shipping up the rest of the stuff in bulk because we don't have delivery cannons yet, and maybe who knows? And then we can start thinking about what we actually need to take up with us for in order to make our first base up there. And that's something that lots of people have been asking about. I've had a number of requests for a video talking about all the things you need to take with you when you first go to space. And well, there's top of the list is space pipes, space scaffolding, space belts, space this, space that. Just the things you need for basic infrastructure. Probably space assembly machines as well. Have we got those yet? Yes, we have. So we'll need a load of those. You need a life support facility, possibly decontamination facilities to make the life support kit. That's something else we need to do before we go to space. We need to make thruster suits and life support gear. That sort of thing, really. So yeah, what else have I been doing today? I got the low density structures working, kind of. I got this stuff being made a bit more effectively. We've got we've got a full train of red belts still. We're not using the here we go. So this is what I was talking about earlier about trying to slow down the rate we're using the red circuits at, and we have done now to the point where this has backed up to about here. So soon some of the green circuit belts have started to back up. We haven't got much stock in here. Let's shrink the amount that we're trying to hold in here to two rows will do. Because there's still a bit to fill up on here, but we're getting to the point now where the green circuits are starting to back up a bit, so that means sooner or later we'll actually start to fill up all of these copper buffers, and then things will become a little bit more sensible. So let's put that there we go. Yeah, so then the we are almost at the stage of the copper drought being over, put it that way. Oh really, can you not? Oh I'm being told you can't make anything space related except in space. So okay. Well, that changes things quite a bit. Okay. So the only this is interesting, everyone. Space exploration 0.6. I've had it pointed out to me very helpfully that you can't make any of the space stuff like space pipes or space belts or space in general, except in space. So we're going to have to go up there and start building all that sort of nonsense up there. Space platform scaffold, even space platform scaffolding, you can't make except in space. Jeez.
But if you look at the, for example, long space pipes, you can do them in assembly machines.
Oh yeah, okay. Long space pipes you can, yes. Normal space pipes you can't. Though, so you can only make the long ones, and they're made out of space pipes. So you could ship the space pipes back down again. But yeah, okay, that's a bit
They're
of a...
presumably like that so that you can make them by hand.
Oh yeah, probably.
Where's the
Not
scaffolding?
quite that mean to prevent that.
Yeah. Huh. So that's going to be interesting. Yes. Actually, I would have realised before it was too late, because I would have started trying to make all of these things on the ground before we went, and then I'd have gone, hang on a minute. Right.
So is the answer just, well, a bunch of assembly machines and, well, I suppose these raw resources?
Yeah, and it's going to be assembly machines and raw resources. However, this is the point where I'm going to lean a little bit back towards okay, maybe we should be using a cargo rocket for this then, because in order to make the space belts, for example, we're going to need to ship up small electric motors, low density structures. Okay, we could put low density structures in a thingy as lube as well. But small electric motors, for example, are a thing that we're going to want to ship in a rocket because they're going to stack better than the ingredients to make them, almost certainly. Haven't done the maths, but almost certainly. Platform scaffolding, well, heat shielding you probably can put in a delivery cannon, but I think yes, from Norvis to Norbit, we're probably going to be sending a lot of stuff up by rocket, just because we want to compact it down. We want to send it over in the sort of the as an intermediate already. Yeah.
Do we need to check what people's views are on liquids up there? And how they feel about barrels?
Obviously I want to avoid barrels. We need lube in order to make the space belts, and lube comes from barrels or from heavy oil, or
so in order to have stuff set up for making pipes, we'll want belts to do that, which come from
so
lube,
we're going to need to take some stuff in barrels up there.
There are some barrels up there, of course.
True, but I think we're probably going to need to have the capability of shipping stuff up in barrels. Now, I think we should probably try and get coal liquefaction going sooner rather than later.
Agreed.
Because yeah, as Jacob says in the chat, barrel hell. So we'll try and avoid the barrels as much as we can, but that means we're going to need to get but we're not going to be able to make a biochem facility except in space. Almost certainly.
It could just move back to the burner phase, essentially. Hand feed machines just to get the first machines up and running.
That's possible. That's an interesting idea, actually. It would mean we could avoid the barrels. Yeah, and if we have all of the stuff we need, it's not going to be that difficult to get through the sort of the basic, as you call it, burner
Yeah.
stage. And if we look in Norvis orbit, what have we got up there? Is there some lube in barrels? Yeah, there's 10 barrels of lube, 200 of cosmic water, and 100 of heavy oil.
But
Sorry,
if we're
normal water,
sparing
not
with the
cosmic water.
belts initially,
And also, there's a load of really, really fast belts up there in space already,
yeah.
which we could use. And probably there might be some normal space belts up there. Oh, there's one space manufactory up there already. And a telescope, as we discovered to our amusement. Some stack filter inserters, sure. Some coal and some. Yeah, so there's a handful of there don't seem to be any space belts, but there are deep space transport belts which we could use temporarily and then probably reclaim them later because they're going to be kind of useful. In fact, there's quite a lot of deep space transport belts. I think if we go up here and just raid this area, we're going to be able to set up a reasonably competent system without needing to make anything. There is, as I said, there's that space manufactory in the space capsule, so we can grab that and use that to build up the infrastructure to get some biochem facilities in order to get the oil coal liquefaction running. Although we haven't got coal liquefaction researched, have we?
No.
That might be the problem with this plan then.
Oh, we do get a purple chest and 4 green chests.
This is true.
Is that a decontamination facility? I've just dragged a copy thing over the entire thing to get the list of all the actual buildings.
That's very sensible.
That relies on me recognizing all the icons.
I think that's
I think
that's a life support facility, the one that makes the life support packs.
No, it's over on the right hand side. Decontamination, which I think is just a space version of that.
Mo, maybe you're right. Yeah, could be. Okay, so
Yeah, so no biochem facility.
Coal liquefaction is behind production science, so we might have to. There's a load of tech cards up here as well. We might have to just sort of to bite the barrel and deal with it for a little while. And there's 100 barrels of heavy oil that's already up here, so we can see how far that goes and decide from there.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't have any. Depends when we can have the biochem facilities, or have we already researched them?
We have not already researched them.
No.
Biochem. Oh, that's space science. So we're going to need to get lots and lots of space science up and running, and then we'll see from there, I guess. Basically, we'll be with that we'll be able to produce just about everything. So what do we need for a space science pack? This is an important question. It is blue circuits, space belts, so we're going to need lube for that. Solid rocket fuel, stone, and cosmic water, so we're going to need lube for that as well. So we are going to need a fair chunk of lube, and we're going to need to make the space transport belts up there. Sorry, what did you say, Mark?
And stone again.
And stone again, yes. That was a sort of a trivial thing, because we'll just that is a solid resource we'll just ship up. I like the probably like the blue circuits in the rocket. I'm just worrying about the liquids mostly.
So you can use cryonite slush to make the oil go further for making lube.
Okay.
It's one of the.
But we're not going to be able to do that because, well, firstly, we don't have cryonite, although I think there might be there's possibly some up here.
Yeah,
secondly, we don't have a biochem facility for doing that in. So I think at the moment we have to make the lube on Norvis and ship it up because we don't have the capabilities of making it in space, even if we have the ingredients for it.
We just push the fluid into the delivery cannon, just fire it up there, see what happens.
Splash! Yeah, and then we could attach a space pipe to the output of the delivery cannon chest. I'm sure that'd be fine.
Got to be how it works.
Yeah, sounds about right. Okay, well, we'll have a bit of a think during the week, I think, about what we're going to need to take up with us and how we're going to organise this. But I think we've basically answered the questions. I think we have a pretty good idea of what we're going to do. So we'll try and come up here with a rocket that's just going to scan. The question is actually, do we launch the first rocket up there with very little in the way of resources in it because it's going to crash and break stuff and lose
You
stuff?
launch a pod on its own.
Oh, you can launch. Oh, can you actually launch a pod on its own, completely up
I
to get to
believe
orbit?
so.
That does ring a bell
Yeah.
actually.
I read something about that.
Yeah, fly. Go, 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 go. Let's see if we made a pod yet. We should have made a pod by now. I'll put one down and see if I can fly anywhere with it. But yeah, if that's possible. Oh yeah, because there was a thing about. I do remember that being talked about. Now you mention it. Yeah.
You can't take much with you, but you could
Hmm.
take a landing pad.
Yes. Here we go.
You're
Norvis.
thinking
So,
one person goes up, throws the
oh
landing
no,
pad down, and
you
then the
have
rest join the rocket.
you have not yet researched space capsule navigation. So the only valid option is an emergency burn. Research space capsule navigation to unlock more options. So at the moment, I can only do a Norvis. I can
Okay.
only go to Norvis.
That seems fair. Okay,
Which is
so
unhelpful.
first rocket has to crash land.
Expect to lose 50% of each passenger's inventory from a rough landing. Items stored in the capsule's inventory will
Oh.
be safe. Landing will compromise the capsule. Capsules are only suited for passenger transport, be automated, not fit for cargo or transport along distance travel. I'll get in it anyway, so what happens. Right, so yeah, I'm in it now, and yeah, yes, I can only go to Norvis, which is not very helpful because I'm already on Norvis. I'll put that back in here for now. There we go. Actually, no, let's take that and put it in the spaceship.
Yeah, it's a rocket science, 50 rocket science,
Right, okay.
among other sciences.
So the first rocket will still have to crash. That's a
Yeah.
shame.
It sort of seems fair for, hey, you've just developed rocket technology. You don't really know what you're doing yet.
Yes, I sort of see what you mean.
Quick question. In Factorio Vanilla, the centrifuges, like they produce a one-to-one ratio, right? So from one of the pellets?
Yep.
Because here it seems like only a
The loss
10%
of
or
it.
something.
No, it is in Space Exploration 0.5. It was, I think it was 10 to 1.
Oh, okay. I didn't remember.
I don't remember vanilla.
I
Though.
remember
That's
getting
been
through
way
massive
too long.
quantities of uranium ore, and this would explain why.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
But I don't remember. No, I don't remember. That's a lot of stuff coming out of that.
Mark's doing that method for balancing. That works.
Oh, I see. Are
On the
how are
stations.
they working? So, okay. So when there's more than 100 in the in the chest, they all go because you know that you're going to be able to get output
Yep.
onto all of them. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I've done it slightly differently over the red circuits and the uranium for core processing, or from core processing. But
Red circuit
fundamentally,
no.
the
Yes.
red circuit output where it mixes with to go to blue circuits here.
Oh right, yeah. Okay, so is that? Yes, that's what I was thinking.
But you use more cables, so it's not as efficient.
Cables are free.
I use more of this free cable, yes.
Okay, so you've done it. If all of the back row are full,
Oh yeah.
then the front row
Yeah.
will let some through. Okay, yeah, that is also a thing. Make sure you both mention it in your notes, and I'll talk about it. I'll talk about the differences and how they're how they work and how they're different, and
The one I've done is also over at the smeltery.
Okay.
Yeah, my notes are pretty short and sweet, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't.
Don't worry, my notes mention you.
I hope Marc has done a lot this run because he's going to have to support most of a half-hour episode all by himself.
You can go for a walk along all the routes that Mike cleared.
Yeah. All the bodies.
Yep.
Yeah. The only good bug is a dead bug.
Mhm.
Would you like to know more? I don't think that worm wants to know more. Right, so 11:30. Are we all? I think I've wound down.
Yep.
Oh, I should
Good
mention
hit.
the Factorio rocket race that I'm trying to organise. So, at some point in the future, no, I say some point in the future, on the 15th of October, which is a Saturday in about 3 weeks ish, just under 3 weeks, I'm going to be organising a race to build to construct and launch a rocket as quickly as possible. Now, this isn't going to be going through the normal. This is going to be a little bit weird, and we're using creative mod in certain slightly creative ways. And there's going to be some additional rules that I'm only going to tell everyone about at the last minute. So if you'd like to join in, and please do, because I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and I want to get as many people playing as possible. Come along, join my Discord server, and ask any of the admins to add you to the group where the channel where we're going to be talking about it. So I think it should be a lot of fun. There's the link to the Discord. Thank you, Tristan. Can you stick it in YouTube as well, please? I assume you probably are. So yeah, come along. We're telling you about the rules later, as I say. But the idea is basically if everyone has a go at it on their own, and we'll submit it, and we can get a time submitted. You'll send me your save game showing how you've done it, and then the day after I'll go through all of those saves and sort of see who wins from which one's the fastest essentially. Hence calling it a rocket race. But as I say, there's going to be some interesting rules to make it non-trivial and hopefully interesting and exciting. So yeah, come along. There's going to be a prize for the person who produces who wins the race, and that's going to be a year of supporter membership on the channel, which is going to get you things like early access to videos and some multiplayer shenanigans that I'm planning for the future, and anything else I think of as well. So yeah, please come along to that. Join the Discord, send us a message, and ask to be added to the group, and we'll let you know what's going on, and hopefully it'll be good fun. So yes, that's the advertising over now. I'll get back to sort of thinking about what we're doing and sort of trying to close up. So we've had a big area over here cleared out by Mike. We've had a rocket silo built over here by myself. Marc's been doing the nuclear shenaniganery over here, so that's going well. I say nuclear shenaniganery, sorting out the uranium. What else have you been up to, Marc? I haven't been paying enough attention.
I added the new power row to deal with the
Yes.
pollution.
Yep, I saw that. I did see that. So yep, got more power being produced
Yeah, I
up here.
built the wall and the southern wall at the new extension for Mike.
Yep.
And the train and power lines, basically.
Cool.
Helped Tristan with the oil and a bit Mike with the warm cleanup. I think
Yes, we've got some. There's an
that's
oil patch that we're not using. Big oil patch here that we are using. That's a lot of oil. That's like 15,000 oil. That's a lot.
Yep.
And some shooting as well. Okay, cool. And Tristan, do you want to anything you'd like
A
to
whole
add?
bunch of train stuff.
As is traditional.
We've got the ghost scanner thing now, which may work. Needs testing once someone goes off to build up a massive ghost.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing with that next time I build up a town, because it sounds like it's got a lot of
that will
potential.
currently not immediately work. It needs a connection on the supply tray for the strong box there, which I've not linked, so that it can be monitored for the first run.
Makes sense. Oh, so the stack inserters are programmatically disabled, are they?
No, they're just monitoring what they're holding. It's the request to strongbox needs to be wired in.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
But we'll see if it works when someone actually
yeah,
needs
that'll
it.
be interesting.
And a bunch of train stuff otherwise, and more filters around the northern edge of the blue circuits. That water's basically cleared up now.
Oh, is there some green water that's now no longer green? Oh yeah, blue water.
Over here, there's with the power network on. There's a nice blockage of all the pollution by the power cable.
Power pollution. Oh yes, yeah. You can see where the pollution blocker has been put in all the way around to here, and then where it hasn't been all the way up here. So, I guess if we decide we don't want to expand into this territory over here, it may make sense to try and to continue that up until it joins on with the mining ones up at the top. So in theory, we're not passing any pollution out that way.
Yeah.
But I don't know what our plans for future expansion are. Ooh, it's a nice patch of iron here. I think I knew about that one, but it's yeah.
My assumption was expanding east, but that doesn't seem to have happened because there was stone out to the west. So
yeah,
priorities.
That's true. I mean, the bus is going to carry on expanding eastwards, but then any towns we put in are going to happen over on the western area, I suspect, because
and
that's going. because that's going
this
to be where
point, the
there's open area.
bus might not need to expand a huge amount more.
Yeah,
There'll
very
be
true.
some more.
There'll
But
be yeah, little bits more. Like I'm not sure what, but yeah, there'll be a few little bits more. But now we've got most of the stuff that's going to go onto the bus, I suspect, already built. Awesome. Yeah, so things are yeah, I'd say things are expanding nicely out that way. Right, so thank you everyone for watching. Please check out the stream sponsor. That's trefoil.be. If you go to trefoil.be/Laurence Plays, then you can have a look at the various services they offer. They're a game hosting company, so they've got the servers, and if you want to go off and have a Factorio server like this one, or a Minecraft server, or a handful of other games which I can't remember off the top of my head, but check it out. Then they'll be able to provide that for you at a very reasonable rate. And if you use the code Laurence Plays on checkout, then you'll get 20% off. What more could you want? So thank you for watching. I'll be back on Wednesday to play some Dyson Sphere program on stream, and then at the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we'll have the videos coming out for these various for the various streams that have been going on, and then a week tomorrow. Well, there's another tutorial video coming out tomorrow for channel supporters. So that's anyone who's a Twitch subscriber or a YouTube member and has joined the Discord, and that will automatically sync your roles if you do. So yeah, come along for that one, and that video will come out a week later for non supporters as well. So if you are a supporter, thank you for being a supporter, and I hope you enjoy the video tomorrow. What else do I need to say? Yes, come along and join the Discord if you want to chat with us. Otherwise, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you. Oh, the hosting site is trefoil.be, Dullest Wall. It's going to be mentioned in the I was going to say it's going to be mentioned in the description, but you're on Twitch, so it won't be. Thank you, Black Guru, for the subscription. Much appreciated. 1 second, I shall send you the I'll send you the link, Dulles.
there you go, done it.
Oh yes, thank you. Right, there you go. Tristan sent you the link. So that's the one. They're yeah, they run the host. They're running the hosting for this server, and it's working nicely. So check it out. I can recommend it from actually using it as well as from being sponsored by them. Right, so yeah, come along, join the Discord. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you're not, especially subscribe on YouTube, follow on Twitch, that sort of thing, or the other way around if you're feeling particularly supportery, and that'd be very nice. And come along to the Discord if you want to talk to us. So as ever, thank you for watching, and I'll see you on Wednesday. Bye bye.
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 Bye.